Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. Today is probably going to be pretty busy. We do have a tornado watch and we already have a tornado warning in Nebraska, so we're just going to hop right into what's happening right now. Just to get things started, I do want to mention that there is a tornado watch that goes until 10 o'clock tonight. The Storm Prediction Center did mention a couple of intense tornadoes are a possibility today, and that is because we have actually a pretty favorable environment here for tornadoes, as long as storms can remain discrete. That's going to be the big exception to that, which we already have a couple of storms that are discrete right now. So we're beginning with our first tornado warning of the day. This is going to include Petersburg back near Highway 32. We do have actually some relatively strong rotation right now approaching Highway 32 in Nebraska. This is moving northeast and it will eventually go towards Battle Creek. This storm is moving northeast at about 20 miles per hour. It is radar indicated rotation. This includes Boone, Madison, and Antelope counties in Nebraska. So if you're in this pink polygon, you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, as that rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things here for the last few minutes. It is a discrete supercell, and any storms that are right moving and are also discrete will have an elevated chance at producing a tornado today. And again, a strong tornado cannot be ruled out. We don't have an enhanced risk for severe weather today, which means that there's no hatched area for tornadoes, but we could still have strong tornadoes in this particular environment today. So if you are anywhere in Nebraska, western Iowa, southeastern South Dakota, or northeastern Kansas, you definitely need to make sure that you are staying weather aware, as strong tornadoes are not impossible in today's environment. Even though it's not a super high chance, it definitely is there with anything that can stay discrete. Now we have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, and as well as Connor Croft, who are both on this southern storm here in Nebraska, back over near the Dakin area. This is mostly a wind and hail producing area of storms, but if this can organize and eventually become discrete, we could see a tornado develop out of this activity. But for right now, most of this activity back over in southern Nebraska is linear, or at least clustered together. Until this does become discrete, I think we're going to be mostly looking at a wind and hail threat out of this. Any right-hand moving storms, though, could end up producing the potential for a tornado. So we have to watch that activity very closely as well. We do have some more severe weather in Kansas right now. The majority of this right now is outflow driven, so most of this will just be wind and hail. Some of these storms at times have produced damaging winds that have been as high as 70 miles per hour. So if you're anywhere near Manhattan or Junction City, right along Interstate 70, make sure that you're staying weather aware, as damaging winds will be a concern as these storms do continue to move to the northeast over the next little while. And most of these storms right now moving off to the northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. The storm that's over near Abilene in Kansas was just upgraded. We're now up to 70 mile per hour winds on that storm near Abilene. So if you're in Abilene or Junction City, definitely stay weather aware. And obviously, if you're in the immediate track of this for areas like Chapman, stay away from windows, hatch down trampolines, bring loose line items inside, all that sort of stuff before those storms do approach, as we have a scattered area of damaging winds right now in Kansas. But really, this threat is not going to be ending anytime soon. Anytime from now all the way up until 10 o'clock tonight, we're going to have a chance for tornadoes, and we could even see an isolated tornado outside of that time frame, depending on how things evolve over the next few hours. But we already have two discrete supercells back over in northeastern Nebraska, and then we have our other area of storms that's southwest of Lincoln. This might take a little bit to organize, but if it can organize, again, we could see a tornado threat come out of this activity. So we will be watching this obviously very closely as that does continue to move to the northeast over the next little while. Getting a lot of buffering. That's not good. Wait, let me try to fix this real quick. One moment, please. I might know why. Just give me a second. All right, let's see if this fixes it. I'm not sure if it will. It might. This tornado warning, by the way, was just updated. It is still radar indicated. It should be better probably in a second. I changed the setting, so it might be better now. I'm not sure. Let me double check here. One moment, please. It should be better, I think, now. All right. Yeah, I think it should be better now. Okay. Thank you. All right, I got you. Thank you. If it is still buffering, just refresh your stream. But yeah, again, this tornado warning was just updated. Again, it still includes Antelope, Boone counties, and Madison counties in Nebraska. Again, radar indicated circulation. Still got rotation east of Petersburg. It'll eventually go towards Tilden and the Norfolk area of Nebraska. Those will be the next areas in the track of this. As long as it can stay discreet, it will have the potential of producing a tornado. This activity that's out in front of it, though, right now is really more than anything just kind of using up some of the energy. So I think overall that storm activity that's back over near Woodland Park right now might kind of weaken the storm out as it eventually moves to the northeast. But the main area that we're looking at right now just be east of Petersburg in this area of circulation near Highway 32. So again, as this moves northeast, still has a potential for producing a tornado. Rotation on the storm still on the stronger side of things. So if you are near Highway 32 going up towards Meadow Grove and Battle Creek, stay weather aware as this continues to move northeast. Is it still buffering? I'm not sure what issues are happening here. Let me check on my actual stream. People keep saying buffering. I'm not seeing any issues. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not going crazy here. Okay. But yeah, it looks fine on my end. Hopefully it's okay. Storm Runner Media is out, by the way. That would be the only thing that's actually buffering. They'll be back in a second, though. We might have a tornado on the ground. I'm not sure if we have any storm chasers that are actually in this area. Trying to see if we do. Let me check. I think almost every storm chaser right now is chasing the southern mode of these storms. I'm pretty sure every storm chaser is on the southern mode of these storms. There might be a few that are like, more independent, but right now this area of rotation is definitely strong. There could be a tornado on the ground. It's just we don't really have a whole lot of information there. This is in pretty rural parts of Nebraska too, and it's also a bit further away from the radar site. So we're looking pretty much over 100 miles away from the storm. Both radar sites showing pretty strong rotation, so we definitely could have a tornado on the ground here at any time as the storm does continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. The good news right now is it's mostly just farmland here, but once it gets closer to Norfolk and as well as the Battle Creek area of Nebraska, there are a lot more homes there, and also I believe some schools up in Norfolk, so we'll have to watch that area closely. But as long as, again, this stays discreet, we'll have a chance at seeing a tornado with this storm. Further down to the south on the southern mode of storms right now, we do at least have mostly a wind threat here right now. These storms are currently moving to the northeast with predominantly a wind threat near the Dakin area and western. Really outflow driven at this point, so unless these can become more discreet, we're probably going to be talking about more of a wind threat out of this activity for the next 30 to 45 minutes just to the west of Beatrice and also just southwest of Lincoln in Nebraska. Again, these storms are going to be on track to go towards Lincoln. If, again, we get any right-hand moving storms or anything along those lines, we could end up seeing a tornado threat as this moves towards Lincoln. Right now, that is very uncertain, though, since it's just such a linear mode of storms. And that's one of the contingencies with today. If we don't really have discrete supercells in here and these predominantly stay as linear moving storms or cluster together, that threat for tornadoes is going to be much lower. But that is the conditional part of today's threat. These storms that are back over in northeastern Nebraska will probably at least have a better short-term potential of producing a tornado. And it could even be like that all the way up closer to Sioux City. And that's why we have a tornado watch. Now, I mentioned this before, but this tornado watch that we have goes all the way until 10 o'clock tonight. So strong tornadoes are a possibility. I am seeing a report now. So there is a rotating wall cloud on this storm back over in Newman Grove, Nebraska. Let me look. That's on this storm. So yeah, there's a rotating wall cloud, retweeting the photo on Twitter. But there is a rotating wall cloud on this storm as of 4 minutes ago. So this storm definitely has a capability of producing a tornado near Highway 32, moving northeast, eventually going towards Battle Creek and Meadow Grove. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, make sure that you're getting to your safe place. But we are now getting reports of a rotating wall cloud and even actually a funnel cloud on this storm as well. So, two different reports of that. And then the storm over in Dakin, Nebraska is also trying to produce by the sounds of it. Let me see what we got with Connor Croft here. Let me go to him real quick. We have currently Storm Runner Media and Connor Croft storm chasing with us. Connor Croft not right now in anything yet. This is storm runner media inside of that storm back over near western Nebraska, and the winds are definitely very strong here. You can see the left to right motion here. So that's the southern storm, not tornado warned. This one is producing definitely some very high damaging, or at least some damaging winds, probably upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Again, this storm runner media live here.
Yeah, I think they're pretty Starlink reliant down here.
But yeah, they're definitely looking at high winds right now. By the way, bottom right of your screen, that's the storm east of Petersburg in Nebraska. Very tight couplet on radar right now. There's a high likelihood that we have a tornado on the ground near Highway 32, moving northeast, eventually going towards Meadow Grove and Battle Creek, Nebraska. Nothing confirmed officially, but that rotation is very strong on the latest scan. What can we expect in Manhattan? In Kansas. Manhattan, Kansas, the main concern would be damaging winds and large hail. I don't need messages about DVR not being on. DVR should be off, so it should be fine. You should be able to rewind if you refresh the stream. Usually that's on anyways. All right, let's go back to radar. We'll go back to them in a second. Again, this is a storm east of Petersburg that is currently tornado warned in Nebraska. We actually have two different circulations. They're both next to each other. The main one, though, would be the one that's back over here just to the east-northeast of Petersburg. So this one right here. But either way, we could have a tornado or even two tornadoes on the ground with this storm as this moves northeast. Again, Norfolk is really the main location in the track of this down the road. This storm is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. If we use the Radar Omega tracking tool, this is what it looks like for ETAs down the road. So areas like Emmerich is in about 20 minutes, Battle Creek in about 36 minutes, Warnerville in 48 minutes, and eventually going towards Norfolk in about 55 minutes. So if you're in Norfolk, it's about an hour out from now. That's going to be about 6 o'clock Central Time. So that'll be the area to watch for. Okay, I'm turning on again. Let me know if you can go back in the stream now. Maybe that setting has to be on. It's our first stream back in the studio, and my settings are not all correct, so I didn't realize that was not correct. My apologies. All right, let's see. I'm going to see if we have any reports of this being on the ground. Give me 1 second here. We have had a rotating wall cloud on this with very strong rotation on radar. There could be a tornado on the ground with this as this moves to the northeast, so that's what we're looking for right now. Still radar indicated as of right now, again, near closer in Nebraska. The rotation is still really strong. I honestly think we have a tornado on the ground with one of these two areas. The rotation, again, is awfully strong on radar. Let's see if the other person that was... There's one person on Twitter that was on the storm. I'm going to see if they have any new reports. As of right now, they don't. There's still a rotating wall cloud, though, on this storm at the bare minimum near Closter, Nebraska. Very tight couplets as well on both areas near Closter. This is the debris signature or the CC radar. This is the correlation coefficient. This can sometimes verify if we have a tornado on the ground or not. Not seeing that with the one south of Closter by any means. We have a little bit of like orange and yellow showing there, but since we are just so far away from the radar site, it's nothing that's clear and evident. But definitely could still produce a tornado as this moves northeast. So again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place near Closter in Nebraska, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. We'll go back to this in a second. I want to go back to Storm Runner Media here. Let's go back down to them. This is them in western Nebraska. This is on the severe thunderstorm warned cell back over there. And so this storm right now is producing damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. There is a big surge of wind on this storm actively. And you can see, obviously, very high winds and everything. There is a little bit of maybe a lowering there, but it doesn't look super definitive. Maybe a small storm base at the bare minimum forming there. See how ominous the skies are. These storms here are mostly outflow driven, so I think the tornado risk over the short term is pretty low with this activity. But maybe down the road we get something out of these storms eventually as they go towards Swanton, DeWitt, and Wilbur in Nebraska. Eventually going towards Lincoln, by the way. Lincoln will eventually be in the track of this. We'll go back to them here in a few minutes. Let's go back to the tornado warning. And again, this is still radar indicated as of right now. Two very strong areas of rotation. Eventually going towards Battle Creek, Nebraska. Those are your two areas of circulation. Still nothing confirmed as of right now. As of 1 minute ago, there is a report that it's still trying, but it's not a fully condensed tornado as of right now. There's still a large lowering on this storm. There has been a funnel cloud with this as well. But aside from that, nothing officially confirmed on this storm. Yeah, nothing officially confirmed. Still a large rotating wall cloud, but we could have a tornado on the ground at any time as this moves northeast. Once again, areas of rotation over Clarkson, Nebraska, moving towards Battle Creek and Meadow Grove. So if you're in those two areas, stay weather aware. Also, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for those now down near Junction City. Over near Junction City, we currently have an area of damaging winds moving off to the northeast with an outflow-driven area of storms. That's going to be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So that'll eventually go towards Manhattan, Kansas. And I had somebody ask what's Manhattan expecting. Again, mostly a wind threat for you as these storms move towards your area. So if you're in Manhattan, definitely be prepared for the damaging wind threat. Something back here. I don't think that's rotation, though. Let me go back to the other radar site that's closer. Yeah, that's not rotation. That might be rotation, like, really high up in the clouds. We don't have any rotation, though, that's, like, imminently going to produce a tornado in this activity. Again, it's very outflow-driven right now, but if anything can go a bit more to the right, kind of go more eastbound, we could eventually get a tornado out of this activity, but it looks mostly like a wind threat right now as that moves east. All right, let's go back to Highway 32. Two areas of circulation moving to the northeast near Clarkson. This warning was just updated. It is still radar indicated rotation, so nothing confirmed on this as of right now. Despite having pretty strong rotation over the last few scans, there are people in this area that are reporting that there's at least a large lowering, but there's yet to be anything confirmed in terms of a tornado, at least as of right now. I'm going to see if there's any other updates there. This right now over Clarkson, Nebraska. Yeah, nothing confirmed as of right now. So still radar indicated. Moving to the northeast, eventually going towards Battle Creek, Norfolk, and Meadow Grove in Nebraska. I'm going to see if we have any sort of live shots on the Kansas activity as well. Let's go back to Storm Intermediate for a second. Again, they're on the storm in western Nebraska, the furthest south area of storms. Mostly a wind threat right now. See how high the winds are right now where they are. Very high winds for sure. They're getting hammered with that wind right now. Let's go to this real quick. This is the storm in this is near Chapman in Kansas. I just want to show you guys this real quick. This is a live shot at a Chapman exit on Interstate 70 in Kansas. You can actually see how high the winds are right now. There's some left to right motion here. This is a storm that's producing damaging winds up to 70. There's a camera that's further down the road, which you can also see the tree swaying quite a bit. This is where the outflow boundary is, and it's basically producing the threat for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So we're seeing that in real time also at the Milford exit on Interstate 70 right now. So a couple different views of that, and once this gets closer to Junction City, we should have another view of this as well. Notice the very ominous and dark skies in the background. Again, right on Interstate 70 at the US 77 tower looking westbound. So that's a live view there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning for those in Meadow Grove, just southwest of Battle Creek here in Nebraska. If you are in the pink polygon, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this storm's been rotating for quite a while. We've had very strong rotation at times. We've had multiple reports of lowerings. And this storm very well could produce a tornado as this continues to move to the northeast. So again, if you're in Battle Creek or Meadow Grove, you should be seeking shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour right now. So if you are in Meadow Grove or just southwest of Battle Creek, make sure that you're getting to your safe place, Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and an interior room of your home or building. Again, nothing confirmed on this, but we have a large lowering as of about 2 or 3 minutes ago. I'm going to check and see if we have any new reports on that. That's more recent. Let me check real quick. And as of right now, no new reports. So we still have a radar indicated area of rotation. Nothing confirmed officially as of right now. Also, we do have a new mesoscale discussion. This is for the northern mode of severe weather. Potential for a couple of supercells capable of large hail and damaging winds across parts of North Dakota. So those areas are in the track of that storm activity. This warning also just got updated. The one that's west, it just got updated to $half sized hail. So a little upgrade there on that particular storm, which is the one that we're looking at right now. By the way, thank you, Reed, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Audrey, for the $2 super chat. I don't know where Elkhorn is. If you're back over like in eastern Nebraska, that's where the main concern is going to be today. So basically anywhere in this tornado watch, you need to be weather aware. Basically anywhere just to the east of this line, that is where severe weather will be possible. This is where we have mostly discrete supercells. That's where the greatest concern right now is for tornadoes. This activity could become tornadic depending on the evolution of that cluster. Many computer models, short-term computer models, are showing that this stays linear. If it doesn't stay linear, we could get a tornado threat out of this activity. And a strong tornado is possible with any of this activity today, but it has to stay discrete. That's like the biggest thing with today. And also we have another area of rotation back over south of Petersburg. So we have 2 areas of rotation right now. One that's unwarned back over south of Petersburg, and the other one that is currently warned south of Tilden. And then we also have the one near Plainview, which doesn't look too bad, but there is at least a little bit broad circulation there. Closer up radar site does show some rotation. But yeah, right now, this right here is obviously pretty strong. We have some rotation as well, just south of Petersburg, Nebraska. So a couple different areas that I'd be watching for here. And again, this is going to start to increase more. We have a lot of spin in the atmosphere this afternoon. And for today being a 5% tornado risk, it's actually a quite favorable environment for tornadoes. Definitely a higher end of being a 5% tornado risk for today in comparison to like a, 10% tornado risk. I mean, this could even be like a low-end 10% tornado risk today from the Storm Prediction Center. But the confidence just wasn't there, and I don't think it is really still there yet, because that southern mode is really the biggest thing that we would have to watch for. I think the environment is way more favorable down there in southeast Nebraska, honestly. No problem, Reed. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Riley, for the $9.99. Thank you, Kathy, for becoming a Moderate Velocity member, and thank you, Veronica, for becoming a 4-month member. Just gonna wait for another velocity scan here. And Stormrunner Media, let's go back to them just for a moment.
Parts of trees down right there.
Wow. This rotation is getting stronger again. We actually... there should be a tornado warning on this one, too. The one near Petersburg. We got 2 very strong areas of rotation right now here in central eastern parts of Nebraska. One just south of Petersburg, which is not warned. And we got the other one south of Tilden. So if you're in Petersburg, I'd also seek shelter. Again, you were probably just in your safe place a moment ago with the other tornado warning. Very strong rotation on both of these areas of rotation. Again, no clear debris signature. We're very far away from the radar. But either one of these could produce a tornado at any time, as this activity does continue to move east and east-northeast over the next several minutes. And still reports of a rotating wall cloud and a very organized wall cloud right now in central eastern parts of Nebraska. So again, if you are in this area, you definitely need to make sure that you are getting to your safe place. It is a large rotating wall cloud. There are photos on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. Of this if you're interested in seeing them, but I mean, we got a large rotating wall cloud, at least on this one, and we also have a new tornado warning, so there you go. There's the new one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we got a new tornado warning on the storm south of Petersburg now in Nebraska. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. We also have a funnel cloud that was reported in Wilbur, Nebraska, so that's the southern mode of storms. So that could end up getting tornado warned down the road too, but I don't think that one's as imminent. This is the other storm activity that we're talking about. Southwest of Lincoln. Near Wilbur, there was a rotating funnel cloud as well. Let me go back to the other radar site. And presumably it would probably be this back over here on the west side of Wilbur. That right there. There is at least some rotation there. And we have some other weak areas of circulation directly west of Wilbur as well. Wow, we're getting a lot of warnings right now. We got 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got our 3 tornado warnings on completely different storms here. Well, one's on the main storm here. We got the other one south of Petersburg. 2 pretty strong areas of rotation, which either of these could produce a tornado at any time. So, once again, if you're in either of the pink polygons here in central eastern Nebraska, you need to seek shelter and get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. I got a lot of photos right now of there being a large lowering, a large wall cloud on this particular storm. So, again, if you're in this particular area, definitely make sure that you are staying in your safe place right now. But very close to having a tornado with either one of these storms. And again, the rotation that we're looking at is a bit further off the ground. This isn't like right at the surface. So this rotation that you're seeing are probably 2 different wall clouds that we have. 2 different large lowerings in this part of Nebraska right now. Just south of Tilden and south of Petersburg. Yeah, so the red on velocities means it's going away from the radar, and then green means it's going towards the radar. So that's what that means. So if you are looking at the green here on the velocities radar, that is the wind that's going toward the radar, and then red is going away, and that is counterclockwise rotation, which is 98% of tornadoes do that. So that's pretty typical. Now the southern mode of storms that we have back over here that is near Lincoln right now, pretty similar stuff as well. You can't see the red, but this would be the rotation or the velocities that are going away from the radar. This would be going towards the radar. So again, pretty typical counterclockwise spin, and that is what we're looking for today for there to be a tornado. Now we could still see an anticyclonic tornado, which would be something that's rotating clockwise, but that sort of stuff is much more rare, at least in the northern hemisphere. And also up here near Plainview, Nebraska, it's poor radar coverage, but we have more rotation on that activity too. The radar site that's much further to the northeast doesn't show anything. Let me check the distance on this. That's about 108 miles away from that radar site. Let me check this one. So I don't think that one's going to do us anything here. That's about 104, so they're basically about the same. We got rotation on the storm, though, that's northeast of Clearwater, too. I would definitely say the 2 ones that are warned right now are definitely the strongest, no doubt about that. But that northern area of storm activity could also get warned in a few scans if things start to increase there. It's a PDS sunburn? I'm not sunburned. Or actually, I might be, I don't know. Funnel in Plainview. I mean, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we had something happening up here. I don't see anything right now confirmed. If you guys do see any photos or videos on Twitter of any of this, you can feel free to at me at Max Velocity WX, and I'll try to relay those reports. Let me go to here. Let me check this as well. We could have a tornado on the ground with any of these storms. I mean, this rotation right now that's going towards Battle Creek, that honestly has strong tornado vibes right now. That one has the most concerning appearance by far at this point. And honestly, I think that if this does drop again, it could be large and strong with how strong that rotation already is. It's definitely on track to be something on the stronger side of things. If it does develop, again, not guaranteed to develop, but I mean, that rotation is just absurd on radar. And we're looking, again, pretty high up into the clouds, but very, very possible that a strong tornado can come out of this. And again, we do have a potential for seeing strong tornadoes. So something like this that, you know, could produce a strong tornado is very well in play today. It is very well in play. I'm trying to get on these cameras. Give me 1 second. Can't find the right website here. What is the traffic cams for Nebraska? Is that 511 Nebraska? Just trying to find the map. Okay, I got it. All right, we're good. I'm trying to get to these cameras because I know there might be some in these areas. I mean, the one that would be the most concerning right now would be the one near Norfolk, or going towards Norfolk in Nebraska. This is a shot out of the storm that we're looking at right now. This is just to the west of Norfolk, looking southbound. Very ominous area, obviously. I'm trying to see if we have any other better shots, though, of this. Is there a specific camera that has a good view on this? The Newman Grove one might. Let me look. I'll look at Newman Grove as well. Again, we have a large area of rotation right now on this storm that's currently going towards Battle Creek in Nebraska. So, again, if you are in this area, you got to make sure that you are getting to your safe place. Very large area of rotation. As of reports that we are seeing still right now, there is a large rotating wall cloud. It's been like that this entire time. We've yet to have anything confirmed at this point, but, you know, again, the rotation on radar is just awfully strong. And it very well could produce a tornado at legitimately any time with how strong that rotation is. The traffic cams that are in Petersburg and as well as in Newman Grove are not loading, unless my thing's just not loading right. Oh, nope, I got it. Never mind. Let's see if we can see anything here. This is a view out of Petersburg, so this is looking eastbound. Very ominous skies, and if there was a tornado, it would be back in there somewhere. We just can't clearly see it. Very ominous skies, though. Again, nothing confirmed on this storm as of right now, but this one is also tornado warned. That is the western tornado warning that we're looking at, which is that right there, just to the east of Petersburg. So that rotation is definitely right now on the stronger side of things still, and that is, again, moving northeast as we speak. And this is another... that one's not that good. Never mind. Try to see if we have any other view of this. There's a strong possibility that we will have some cameras out just due to how high the winds are going to be with these storms too. And both these storms are rotating, and either one could produce a tornado. The storm that's also back over near Plainview, there is some rotation on the one that's southwest of Plainview, but that one, again, not confirmed or anything like that. Really not a lot of rotation, but there's at least some rotation that could produce a tornado threat down the road. Storm activity that's right now on track for Lincoln still remains really just linear, kind of clustered together. Mostly a wind threat as of right now, but we could end up getting a tornado out of that activity if it's able to, again, become more discreet. That has yet to be seen. Right now, the most concerning activity is over here.
A new tornado warning.
There you go. There's your new tornado warning. So we got a new tornado warning now for Plainview. If you're in Plainview or Brunswick, Nebraska, you also need to seek shelter. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. So there is that new tornado warning now for those in Plainview and, again, Brunswick. That rotation we were just talking about a second ago, there is rotation right now just east of Highway 14. That is on track mainly for Plainview, but this could, again, go anywhere in the pink polygon. So if you're in the pink polygon, make sure that you are getting to your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building, as we do have another chance of a tornado with this storm. That is going in the direction of Plainview. So again, Plainview, Nebraska in the path of this. This is a live shot of that storm, actually. This is literally as of a moment ago. This is what the storm looks like. You can actually kind of see that, you know, the cloud base right there, the storm base right there on the very far left side of your screen. The trees kind of block it out here. That is actually a shot of the storm, though, that we are currently actively looking at that's trying to produce the potential of a tornado. So this one definitely has at least some structure to it. Back over to the south of Brunswick. Let's see if we have any other shots here. I think that was the main one. That one's definitely rotating quite a bit, at least off the ground. And that we're still looking pretty high off the ground since we're about 100 miles away from the radar site. So we are still looking at rotation that is probably upwards of 6,000 to 10,000 feet off the ground. The one east of Petersburg is also intensifying yet again. So that one near Petersburg really strengthening. The one that's back over south of Meadow Grove, that one is not as strong. So that one's intensifying quite a bit. And this one just got updated. It is still warned. It's still radar indicated, so nothing confirmed on this. This is another live shot on the one near Petersburg, and man, it looks ominous out there. I cannot believe this is in Petersburg. Yeah, literally people outside here. Somebody's mowing a lawn right now. I can't believe this. I mean, this is just west of the tornado warning. As of literally 2 minutes ago, this photo was taken by the traffic cam here. I mean, it is very ominous if you look to the east here in Petersburg, Nebraska, and that's again where we currently have just to the east of Petersburg is where we have a tornado warning. So kind of crazy stuff there. Very strong rotation right now near Highway 32, and this again could produce a tornado at any time as it moves to the northeast. That's what we do in Nebraska. You guys are crazy in Nebraska, I gotta tell you that. Elkhorn is in West Nebraska. If you're in Elkhorn, you are fine then, if that's West Nebraska, because you're not under a really big risk. I mean, there's a marginal threat, but I'd say it's more of a wind threat over there in western Nebraska. Thank you again for the $2 super chat, Audrey. Again, strong circulation on this storm right now, east of Petersburg. We also got some rotation south of Brunswick. 2 storms that are definitely rotating right now. If you're in either of the pink polygons that are right now on the screen here in Nebraska, you need to make sure that you are getting to your safe place. That is away from windows, lowest floor possible, into an interior room of your home or building. Elkhorn is by Omaha, so the main concern there will be wind then. My apologies. Actually, we've covered Elkhorn before. I should know that. Somebody said West Nebraska. So, yeah. Alright, never mind. But yeah, if you're in Elkhorn, main concern will be wind. Alright, let me see if we have any other reports on these storms. Tornado is on the ground as of 5 minutes ago near Petersburg. So this one was actually on the ground. We're tweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This was actually on the ground. Absolutely, there's no confirmation as of right now on this storm. It may have only been on the ground for a brief amount of time, but there was actually a tornado on the ground with this just east of Petersburg. So this is definitely something that is, or at least has produced a tornado. That was as of about 5 minutes ago. So once again, this might not be on the ground anymore, but it was on the ground about 5 minutes ago. Didn't look super convincing. I mean, it was just kind of like a little, I mean, there's definitely a lowering there and definitely a little cone shape to it, but it wasn't fully condensed. Didn't look too crazy as of about 5 minutes ago, but there was at least some sort of brief touchdown of a tornado there just east of Petersburg, and we could see another one. And once again, if you are just on the east side of Petersburg near Highway 32 or near Closter here in Nebraska, you need to make sure that you are getting to your safe place and get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, as this storm has now at least produced a brief tornado, and we could see another one as this storm does continue to move east-northeast over the next several minutes. The northeastern storm here, the one just northeast of Petersburg, the one that's all the way southeast of Tilden, I should say, the most eastern supercell, let's just say that. That rotation is much broader now. So that one's not as concerning. This one east of Petersburg still appears as it is the most concerning, at least for the time being. So, yeah. And then the one that's south of Brunswick is still relatively on the stronger side of things, but we probably at least have some sort of lowering. Nothing confirmed on this as of right now, but definitely some strong rotation. Let's go back a scan here. Okay. This might be a drunk NATO. The rotation over the last several scans is actually moving this, originally going east, and it's now going a bit more to the south. So if we have a tornado here, it actually could be stationary, or it could even be moving to the south right now in this pink polygon. Now again, it could go further north and east as it continues to track in that direction towards like Plainview and Brunswick, but we don't know what will exactly happen with this. So if you're in Plainview or Brunswick, just continue to stay in your safe place. Again, nothing confirmed on this, but that rotation very strong, and it could eventually be some sort of, again, quote unquote drunk NATO, where it could go really legitimately any direction here.
But look at, I mean, you got like the, obviously the...
And this is Storm Runner Media. They are on the storms in southeast Nebraska, southwest of Lincoln near Wilbur.
It's not as
It's pretty impressive right there.
That could still do something. Oh, you're right here.
Impressive shelf cloud. Outflow-driven storms at its finest right there. Latest radar scan on the storm east of Petersburg does show a broadening area of circulation. So that rotation was very strong there for a few minutes, but does appear broader as of right now. So that's good news. The one south of Brunswick still very strong though. And again, this one could be on the ground at any time. This is right now on track to go in the direction of Plainview and Brunswick. Wouldn't rule out it takes more of an easterly or southeasterly path, but again, if it does something like that, it'll more than likely occlude. So areas that are south and east of this warning don't have to be super concerned right now. Just stay vigilant as this storm is not too far from your location right now. Here's the latest scan. So it's moving now a bit more to the east. Very strong circulation just south of Brunswick, Nebraska. So again, if you're in this warning, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And if you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms today, again, you can download Radar Omega. That is the weather app we're using right now. The link is at the top of the description. And if you want a storm shelter to stay ahead of this, as well as to stay safe when you're getting hit by storms like this, you can pick that up from espshelter.com. The link is the second to top link in the description below. Didn't really get to mention that at the beginning because we've had already multiple tornado warnings here. Drunknado sounds about the right term for eastern Nebraska. Yeah, it flows well. I mean, we were looking at the live camera back over in, let me go back to Petersburg. I'm not sure if it updated, but we were looking at that, traffic cam, and I mean, this is an updated one too. This is literally as of 3 minutes ago. We had a confirmed tornado just east of Petersburg. This is in Petersburg. We still got a guy mowing his lawn. I mean, like, I guess people just don't care here in Nebraska. I mean, they're not in the warning, obviously. If they were, it'd be a different story. But they're just outside of it. But even then, I would say that's still too close for comfort. You got lightning in the area, too, which makes it just that much more dangerous to be outside in an environment like that. It does look like we have new rotation developing here just southeast of Petersburg. The initial area of rotation is occluding to the left, so it's kind of going more to the north now. That's occluding out. We do have another area of rotation redeveloping southwest of Battle Creek. So if you're in Battle Creek or Meadow Grove, continue to stay vigilant. That'll eventually go towards Norfolk in Nebraska. And while we wait for another scan, this is what Storm Intermedia is currently looking at. They are on the severe storm that's back over in southeast Nebraska. And that is a very impressive shelf cloud still.
Those just formed off the boundary.
Weather is art here in Nebraska. It definitely is. There's a lot of fields out there. Got to avoid the HOA fines. Oh my goodness. You're not wrong.
Actually, we still would have been. Actually, we would have came down here. But...
Here's the latest scan. Let's go back to radar here. So this area of rotation is occluded. We have a new strong area of rotation developing southeast of Petersburg. We have a strong area of circulation, kind of embedded almost in this rain now, just to the southwest of Battle Creek. This is quickly becoming more clustered together, but if anything can stay discreet here, we'll continue to see a potential for a tornado. The storm that is southwest of Plainview still has rotation. Not nearly as convincing as before in terms of strong rotation, but there is definitely still some rotation here. And again, this is currently on track to go in the direction of Plainview and eventually going towards Osmond. So 3 different storms right now that we're looking at, all currently moving northeast. I'm going to go back to Storm Intermedia here for a second.
They're not trying.
Who?
Well, the others.
Let's see if we have any other live shots over in Kansas real quick. There is a storm moving towards Manhattan right now with very high damaging winds. Just trying to see if we have any live shot of that right now.
Be there in 2.5 hours, but the question remains, is it going to do anything?
Nothing in Manhattan right now, or yet.
Get that count updated here, folks. Oh, there's Freddy.
Okay. And once again, all 3 tornado warnings that we have right now are radar indicated. in northeastern parts of Nebraska. Okay, so reportedly, I'm not sure if this is not officially confirmed yet, but we may have a tornado in progress just southwest of Battle Creek. Not seeing anything official, but that rotation's very tight, so I wouldn't be surprised if we have one. Right now, we're located kind of over some fields right now, south of Meadow Grove, Nebraska. I don't see anything officially confirmed yet, but more than likely there is a tornado on the ground here. We don't have anything officially confirmed, but I mean, honestly, the velocities radar kind of really shows that it was more than likely on the ground here. Despite being 100 miles away from the radar site, I do think that there's a pretty solid chance that this is on the ground. If not, there's at least a large sort of lowering here near Emmerich, just southwest of Battle Creek. Kind of see that if this is on the ground, that tornado is not moving. I mean, that rotation is literally sitting in place right now. This is another kind of, I don't know, stationary NATO. So I do think that there's a pretty solid chance. We have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning on this storm, and the warning's going to expire in 2 minutes, so they're issuing a new one. This is a new tornado warning for those just southwest of Battle Creek. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. According to Jordan Hall, there is a tornado in progress near Emmerich. No photos or anything like that, but there is at least some sort of visual, and I trust what he says because he's been chasing forever. But if you are in this warning near Emmerich, you need to make sure that you need to be in your safe place, as there is likely a tornado in progress right now with this storm. Not officially confirmed by the National Weather Service, but pretty high likelihood that we have a tornado right now just southwest of Battle Creek. So if you are in this pink polygon going towards Battle Creek, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. Where is the College World Series, by the way? Is that over in Omaha? It's Omaha? Okay. Yeah, so apparently they're not letting fans in, which I don't really blame them, to be honest. I don't know what time it starts, but assuming that starts relatively soon. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised that this isn't... Let me see if we have any photos on this. Wait, let me give 1 second. What time does that game start? Again, according to a chaser in the area here, just southwest of Battle Creek, there is a tornado on the ground here. And we have another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So, that's a new tornado warning now east of Petersburg. It's, again... the same storms that we've been talking about probably for 45 minutes now, basically. 2 areas of circulation. We got one southwest of Norfolk, and we got the other one east of Petersburg. If you are in either of the 2 pink polygons, again, you gotta seek shelter. Very strong rotation east of Petersburg. The one that's here just southwest of Battle Creek has reportedly been at least confirmed by spotters in the area. So there is a pretty solid chance that we currently have a tornado in progress just to the south of Meadow Grove and southwest of Battle Creek. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, you need to get to your safe place. Either one of these. We still got the tornado warning that's going towards Plainview, Nebraska. That rotation appears a lot broader at this point, but there is still a chance that this does recycle and produces a tornado down the road. Oh, it's at 6? What's going on in Omaha right now? I'm guessing they're going to delay it and probably have it after all these storms move through. I mean, there's no storms near Omaha right now. So I'm not sure if they're able to like do it now and then delay and then go back in or something, but I don't think there's nothing around Omaha right now. There's gonna be storms there at some point down the road, but nothing imminent. Probably still a good hour out or so from Omaha, but at least it's a good precaution because there will probably be some lightning in the vicinity within the next half hour. Sharon, I think the main concern in southeast Nebraska right now, or at least probably for tonight, will be wind. If anything becomes discrete, we could see a tornado, but yeah. All right, we do have a tornado on the ground by the looks of it on this storm that is currently south of Meadow Grove. Another photo of that, or video actually, of that on Twitter. So this storm in particular is almost undoubtedly on the ground. Until we have official confirmation, I'll wait. There is a tornado. Okay, we're just going to confirm. So this is a tornado on the ground. There's 3 different chasers that are saying that this is on the ground right now, south of Meadow Grove.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I mean, yeah, this is a tornado that's on the ground. Again, according to multiple chasers, just to the southwest of Battle Creek. So if you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place. It is a cone-shaped tornado, according to multiple storm chasers in the area. We got the other one east of Petersburg too, and that one right now also has pretty strong rotation. So 2 different areas that we're looking at, which both of them could be producing tornadoes at any time. So if you're in either of these warnings, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is definitely a pretty dangerous area of storms. I mean, these are both have been producing a tornado threat here for a little over 35 minutes now. They're not really super discreet. They're pretty semi-discreet right now, but they are both rotating and are both producing the potential for a tornado. Let me see if there's anything else here. Yeah, as of 5:42, again, as of 3 or about 6 minutes ago, there was a confirmed tornado near Newman Grove, so that we're, again, talking more actually than likely about the one east of Petersburg now. That one east of Petersburg looks kind of crazy. The one that's southwest of Battle Creek was very strong there for a few minutes. That one seemingly was on the ground. This one is about to be probably on the... probably gonna be on the larger side of things if it does drop, so we could end up getting a stronger tornado out of this particular storm as it does continue to move to the northeast. So again, if you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. Again, neither of these have officially been confirmed by the National Weather Service, but that doesn't mean we don't have a tornado. There just might not be enough evidence for it or something along those lines, but I mean, this was definitely on the ground. As of even 2 minutes ago, we had another confirmation of this being on the ground. So this is still definitely on the ground right now, or might be on the ground again at any time as it moves northeast. Again, near Highway 32, eventually going in the direction of Battle Creek. Rotation is still very strong. It's moving mostly northeast right now, just to the northwest of Newman Grove. This has dropped at least, I think, twice now. No debris signature, but again, we are very far away from the radar site. And this is also in a field. So, 2 reasons why we might not have a whole lot of debris. Being indicated at least by, by radar. That rotation, again, is just very strong. Yeah, there's nothing confirmed on either storm by the National Weather Service, but again, reports indicating that we do have a tornado on the ground in Nebraska right now, on the storm that is east of Petersburg. Let me go back to Lincoln real quick. Do have some rotation developing on the storm that's just to the southwest of Lincoln. We'll be watching this storm closely as it moves northeast. I'm going to go back to the one northwest of Newman Grove. We're going to probably stay on this one. I'm going to see if we have any other sort of visual on this. Give me 1 second. But this is reportedly a larger tornado over the last couple minutes. This is a tornado that is growing in size. That's at least what I'm seeing right now. Again, on the storm that is east of Petersburg, Nebraska. Kind of in a field right now near Highway 32. According to another chaser in the area, the tornado is completely stationary and it's destroying a farm. And this has now been upgraded. It is now officially an observed tornado.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this particular storm in Madison County, Nebraska, is officially confirmed, the one south of Meadow Grove. This one also could be on the ground, but both of them are right now producing the potential for a tornado. This one's been confirmed, though, for several minutes southwest of Norfolk. The other one is still very strong, and that one could also be on the ground as well right now. We could have actually 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time within like 10 miles of each other. This other one that's south of Battle Creek, much more rain-wrapped right now near Highway 121. Moving to the northeast right now. And we also have rotation developing west of Norfolk. So we have more rotation there. We have 3 areas right now of rotation. The one that's near Norfolk is not currently warned. We have another one also back over in the other tornado warning southwest of Plainview. So again, we have basically 4 areas of rotation embedded in this storm activity in northern Nebraska, and it goes to show how favorable this environment is right now for tornadoes. There is a lot of rotation in the atmosphere, and once again, this is currently an ongoing threat right now. We got 3 pockets of rotation just around into the southwest of Norfolk. So if you're in any of the warnings right now, you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter. Confirmed tornado on the one near Battle Creek from weather spotters. Public confirmed tornado is the official report, but yeah, just it's definitely gonna be active for the next few hours with what's already happening right now. Give me 1 second here. Okay. There you go. Another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has
The other
been
one we were
issued.
just talking about. North and west of Norfolk, new tornado warning. If you are in this pink polygon, you also need to make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And again, in an interior room of your home or building. That's on the north and west side of Norfolk for Wayne, Pierce, Madison, and Stanton counties, Nebraska. This is radar indicated rotation, but that is developing rotation right now to the northwest of Norfolk. It also includes the town of Norfolk. So if you are, again, in this pink polygon, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Let's see if we have any other sort of live shot on this right now. It's another area of rotation. We currently have 4 tornado warnings. They're all in different areas of rotation. This is not all the same storm activity. So don't get confused. That's not all in the same storm. We got 4 different tornadic storms in this area. Even though it looks like there's just one big storm there in the middle, it is 3 separate areas of rotation. So don't get too caught up in that. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3, and we got kind of 4 back up here to the further north. So back over south of Plainview. Here's that latest scan. So again, rotation on all 4 of these storms. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more here. All right, so we got 1, we got 2, we got 3, and we got 4. 4 areas of rotation right now in the northern central parts of Nebraska right now. The one that's on the ground as of a few minutes ago is the one that's back over to the southwest of Battle Creek. So that's the one that's been confirmed by public and weather spotters in the area. Also, the Plainview tornado warning still ongoing. They did downgrade the hail threat to ping pong ball sized hail. So just an FYI. By the way, this tornado warning that includes Hatter and Hoskins in the north side of Norfolk, Nebraska, that is for almost 16,000 people. So if you know any friends or family in these pink polygons, feel free to share the stream with them. Again, there are multiple tornado warnings right now here in Nebraska. Most concerning ones really are going to be these 3 here, anywhere from Norfolk back all the way to Highway 32. We got 3 areas of rotation. This is the one that's confirmed right now. And then the other 2 are currently radar indicated, which honestly, any of these could be on the ground at any time. Let's see if we have any other reports here. We could have a tornado on the ground at any time on the northwest side of Norfolk in Nebraska. Wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have 5 tornado warnings right now. We got 4 lined up in a train here for 3 different storms. We got the other one that's back over in Plainview as well. So, again, 5 tornado warnings, all basically in the same vicinity of each other. Again, if you're in any of these warnings, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We have rotation up south of Plainview. Might get a new warning on that could extend everything here. Really, the 3 areas, though, that we are watching for a tornado potential is going to be the one on the northwest side of Norfolk, the one that's back over near Battle Creek right now. This one, again, has been confirmed as a tornado as of about 5 or 6 minutes ago now. And then the other one east of Petersburg, which that one's had strong rotation pretty much the entire time. So, again, 5 different storms across the board that are currently tornado warned. And the new tornado warning includes all of Norfolk, essentially, and also Battle Creek, which is a little over 30,000 people. So again, if you know any friends or family in this area, make sure to give them a call or text and make sure that they're aware of this. Make sure that they're getting to their safe place. Share the stream with them. And again, we'll keep them posted because there are multiple storms right now that are currently producing the potential of a tornado. Now, again, the main storm that we're watching for really would be the one near Norfolk and also the one that is going towards Norfolk, as that one has produced a tornado already, and it might still be on the ground right now. So those are the ones that we're really watching the closest for as we speak. There is still a damaging tornado as of about 8 minutes ago. I'm not sure if it's still confirmed, but as of 8 minutes ago, we still had a pretty decently sized tornado back over in Emmerich, Nebraska. And that's the one again in the middle here, which that rotation, if we go back a few minutes, it was much stronger. There is still definitely rotation there. So we could still have a tornado and it could be rain wrapped. But it does appear to be a pretty large tornado just to the south of Battle Creek. If it is still on the ground, it's probably on the larger side of things. Yeah, only one of these is confirmed, and that's the one here that is near Battle Creek. And reportedly, this one did destroy a farm. Or barn, excuse me, not a farm. Well, probably both. Farm and barn. Let me see if we have anything else here. And we're retweeting photos and videos of these storms, tornado photos and all that on our Twitter page. That is at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. We are still monitoring, trying to see if we have any other live shots in this area. Trying to see if we can see anything. But again, 5 different tornado warnings right now, all here in north central Nebraska. We have more supercell initiation near Columbus as well. So more initiation on the north side of Columbus. That could also go tornadic at some point down the road. Again, very favorable environment here for tornadoes, if anything's discrete. Back over near the Beatrice area and near Lincoln, we still have mostly a wind threat going towards Lincoln. Could get a tornado out of this activity, but right now it's a low chance. It's not 0, but it's on the lower side of things. So anything southwest of Omaha right now, really not favorable for tornadoes in the short term, but down the road, we could get something out of this activity. And there's also a new SPC mesoscale discussion. So let me get to that here. This is the latest mesoscale discussion. So for those in parts of eastern Nebraska, western Iowa, or northeastern Kansas, we do have an area that we're watching for still for an increasing tornado threat. So tornado threat will continue into the evening, along with hail and damaging winds being a possibility. So that is what we're looking at right now across the board there. And once again, if you're just tuning in, we got tornado warnings lined up in a stretch here. We have 3 areas of rotation, possibly a 4th trying to develop back over to the southwest of Battle Creek as well. So again, 3 areas of rotation with 4 different tornado warnings. Norfolk, you need to be in your safe place. Again, Norfolk, Nebraska, very populated area there in northeastern central parts of Nebraska. And again, if you are in that area, you're going to want to make sure that you get to your safe place. This storm in particular that's going in your direction has had a history of producing a tornado. And the one that's on the western side of Norfolk is mostly off on the northwest side. It would be kind of right in here. Let me circle it. It's gonna be right about there. So if we have a tornado on the ground in Norfolk, it'd be the area I just circled, right near Highway 81, moving towards Woodland Park and Hoskins. So those will be the main locations in the track of that particular storm. And also the other tornado warnings that we have right now, all of these tornado warnings that we have right now all go until 6:15 Central Time or 6:30 Central Time. So that's the current look at all the warnings. Also, this storm that's south of Madison just got warned for 2-inch hail and also the potential for damaging winds up to 60. And again, if this stays discreet, it could produce a tornado threat as it moves to the northeast. So that'll be another area to watch for. But yeah, it is very ominous right now in the Battle Creek area, and once again, we've had at least a report of a tornado south of Battle Creek that was on the ground for several minutes, and once again, we could have another tornado at any time out of any of this activity as it does continue to move to the northeast. I'm just trying to see if we have any other live shots in this area that we can kind of show you to give you an idea of what's happening out there, but it's very hard to come by. It's a pretty rural area up until Norfolk. We'll keep posted if we see anything there. All right, so we have, let's check this out real quick. Looks like we have one, possibly two areas of rotation east of Petersburg. We have our area of rotation that has already produced a tornado. This one is already produced near Battle Creek. And we have another one going through Norfolk. So again, we have basically 3 or 4 areas of rotation embedded in these warnings here, from the east side of Petersburg back into Woodland Park and Hayter. So, yeah, we basically got 4 areas of rotation right now in Nebraska. And we also have the one back over in Plainview, which that one still is rotating as of right now. Here's the latest scan. And yeah, that's what it appears as if we have right now. We have 4 different areas of rotation across the board, going from Highway 32 all the way back into Woodland Park and Norfolk, Nebraska. So all of these are currently producing the potential for a tornado. And again, we don't have any debris signature. We're probably not going to get any debris signatures unless we have a very strong tornado, because we are just so far away from the radar site. Here's that other area of rotation. That's the one near Plainview, Nebraska. This one is about to go outside of the warning, actually. It's going to be moving in the direction of Foster. So we might get a new warning on this one as well. We'll see. That's another storm that we're watching. There's also a wall cloud on the new area of rotation north of Newman Grove. So we have another rotating wall cloud on that southern side of storms, at least according to another storm spotter in the area. But getting kind of crazy out here. Again, we got multiple areas of rotation.
A new tornado warning.
There's your new tornado warning. We were just talking about that a second ago. New tornado warning for those in Plainview, southwest of Esmond, and west of Foster. So if you're in this pink polygon, you also got to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this warning. So make that 6 tornado warnings that we have right now. And once again, all these are pretty much, I mean, we got like 5 areas of rotation with 6 tornado warnings. So almost all of these warnings that we have right now are all for different storms. The only one that's not different really is the one near Plainview right now. And the other one that's currently observed, that one is now about to move into the tornado warning that's going to be going towards Norfolk. Got 1, 2, 3. We kind of got 4 in here. The one near Norfolk looks more like a wind threat right now to me. But we do have at least some broad circulation on the leading edge there. Here's the latest scan. That rotation, really east of Petersburg. I mean, look at these 2 areas of rotation. We have strong rotation in 2 different spots right now. Northwest of Kalamazoo. One is rain-wrapped and one's not. So we have 2 different areas of circulation here. Okay. Yeah, Omaha is clear right now. Again, your main concern will be wind here pretty soon. Still a little ways away from that, though. Probably still about an hour out. I'm just trying to see if we have anything else confirmed here. Again, this southern activity that's currently along Highway 32, this is honestly probably the most concerning areas of rotation that we have right now. Near Closter and Emmerich. Those two are the strongest that we have. We still have some broad circulation on that observed tornado warning, which was much stronger when this was confirmed. I don't think we've had anything confirmed recently. Looks like that's broadening out. This southern storm, though, looks very concerning. And again, we've had multiple tornadoes now, all in this kind of same area here. It's all been basically in this circle, at least from what we've known that's been confirmed so far. And we continue to see more supercells kind of develop here on the southern side of this activity. So we've had multiple redevelopments with that activity. And we also looks like we have more rotation on the storm near Creston too. That one's a little bit harder to tell, but let's check this out. We might have some rotation right now south of Creston on this warning that is for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Maybe not. I'm gonna double check that. That might be contamination. So let me just check that real quick, because the latest scan shows it not even there. That might have just been contamination. That CC would just be clear air, by the way. So that's not a debris signature or anything like that. Okay, so I'm not seeing a whole lot, at least from what I'm seeing. It does not look like it's a tornado or any sort of like strong rotation. It looks more like wind right now. But definitely a storm to watch for. Again, if it can stay discreet, a tornado threat is definitely in play. Might have a moment to finally breathe. I don't know if we're gonna have a moment to breathe over the next 2 hours. All right, here's the new area of rotation. So the first area of rotation that we were talking about for a while has occluded. The one southwest of Emmerich. The one that's directly southwest of Emmerich, that one is intensifying again. And this one could also be on the ground at any time. So we have another strong couplet of rotation just west of Kalamazoo, moving northeast, eventually going towards Highway 121, and Warnerville will also be in the track of this, down the road. But right now, this is probably going to be our strongest area of circulation that we have on radar right now. And here's the latest scan. So still some strong rotation there as of right now. We have another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. All right, so we have 7 tornado warnings right now. We got another one for those south of Battle Creek, and also west of Madison. If you are in this warning, you got to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. As we have now, yet again, another tornado warning here in Nebraska. And that one's going to be really for really just mainly for this storm here that's trying to move northeast, but it might be going a bit more east-northeast. Again, these storms not really super predictable right now with directions, but that's what we're looking at right now in this particular area, just to the south of Meadow Grove. So again, if you are in this area of, Nebraska, got to get to your safe place and get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this particular area. Again, another tornado warning here for those in the Battle Creek area. That's really our main area of rotation right now, just an FYI. That's the main one. We got obviously a lot of tornado warnings, but this one is definitely one of the strongest areas of rotation that we currently have. So just trying to see if we have any other live shots here. Here's the latest scan. So still strong rotation near Highway 32. Got another one again near Battle Creek right now. We got the other one that's just east of Norfolk. So still rotation here on the east side of Norfolk. That's about a move outside of the warning. I honestly think that this is probably going to be more of a wind threat, to be honest with you. that is an area of rotation that we're still watching for there. This Plainview CC drop that you are seeing is clear air. At least from what I'm seeing. Looks more like clear air to me. By the way, James, if you see any live cams, let me know if you find anything. I'm trying to find stuff in the, like, this area or even Norfolk. Should have at least some live shots out of this area. Trying to see if we can see anything. There is also a tornado warning south of Plainview, Nebraska. That's the one over here, south of Plainview. This rotation has also been kind of hit or miss for a while. It's been strong and weaker at times. Looks like it's kind of recycling again, as of right now. Wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have 8 tornado warnings now in Nebraska. We have another one for those in Woodland Park. And this is going to include Windside as well. And Hatter, or just east of Hatter. So if you're in this warning, you got to seek shelter. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And we got rotation here, we got rotation here, and we also got rotation there. So we got 8 tornado warnings. 4 of them are really rotating. We don't have 8 rotating storms, really, at least in this area. It's mostly just 4 different areas of rotation that we're talking about here. And again, I think about 3 or 4 of these warnings will expire in about a minute. So again, if you are in the pink polygon, for those in Windside or Woodland Park, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. As we now have 8 tornado warnings. 8. I don't know the last time I said 8 tornado warnings. For those, again, here in north and eastern parts of Nebraska. I really did not think we'd have this many warnings, but obviously, again, a lot of them are on the same storm right now because there's a lot of extensions. There's a funnel south of Norfolk. There's reportedly a funnel cloud south of Norfolk. Or it would probably be actually east of Norfolk. Maybe we might even have one southwest of Norfolk, too. All right, let me see this real quick. All right, here's the latest scan. We got an area rotation north of Highway 32. Got another one east of Battle Creek. We got another one currently just to the east of Woodland Park. We are going to have a lot of these tornado warnings expire now, so we're back down to 5 tornado warnings now. Get off my screen. We got 5 tornado warnings now. We're back down to 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. Still a lot, obviously. We got, again, the one near Highway 32. We got the one east of Battle Creek. We got the one that's over Norfolk. That's the area of rotation south of Hoskins, which has also been quite strong here for the last several minutes. The good news is that this particular area of rotation is now moving away from the most populated area here, at least within radius of Norfolk. So that's at least good news. The bad news is that this could produce a tornado, and it could be on the stronger side of things. So this particular storm that we're looking at right now over the Woodland Park area has a pretty solid chance, I'd say, of producing a tornado here relatively soon. That rotation's really strong, and we do have a pretty clean inflow notch, and also we have a hook. So this is a very organized storm right now. Moving to the northeast, going towards Windside and Highway 35 in, again, Nebraska. So if you're in this area, you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter, because we could end up getting a tornado out of this particular storm with how strong this rotation is. And again, if you know any friends or family anywhere in this part of Nebraska, or even in Nebraska in general, give them a call or text. Make sure that they're staying weather aware. And again, we're going to be live here throughout this entire event, so make sure to share the stream with them if you know any friends or family in this area, as it is going to probably be a very active next few hours. Once again, there is a tornado watch that goes until 10 o'clock tonight, with a couple of strong tornadoes being a possibility today. I know there's no 10% hatch tornado risk, but again, it is a possibility that we could see a couple of strong tornadoes, whether that's in Nebraska or western Iowa or even in northeastern Kansas. It could really happen anywhere in this particular watch. Also, the warning that's in Wayne County, I think it's this one right here. Yeah, so this one right here, this was just upgraded to golf ball sized hail, or it might actually be the one in Windside. Trying to double check here. It's one of these. It's this one. All right, there we go. So this is the one. So north side of Norfolk, now up to golf ball sized hail. To add insult to injury, we also have the potential for a tornado. So that was just upgraded to golf ball sized hail. The southern tornado warning, we still got some rotation. Not as strong as before. Still got some rotation southwest of Norfolk. We got some rotation east of Norfolk. So many areas of rotation right now. Nothing confirmed as of right now. Let me take this off. My apologies, forgot to take that off. Nothing confirmed as of this exact moment. But once again, any of these could go back on the ground at any time. The one that's east of Norfolk honestly looks the most concerning to me. And the one that's west of Norfolk too. I mean, this is completely rain-wrapped rotation right here. And this one is going to go in the direction of Norfolk. So that rotation right there, honestly, looks more concerning, purely due to the fact it's rain-wrapped, and it's also, you know, rotating. And it's going towards a very populated area. Again, one of the most populated areas here that we have in this part of Nebraska. The storm that's south of Plainview is losing rotation yet again. This one's been very in and out when it comes to rotation. We've had strong circulation at times. It's also been weak at times. It's kind of back into a weak stage, so it could recycle. But as of right now, that rotation is at least looking a little bit broader here on the latest scan. The Madison County tornado warning was just upgraded, or updated, excuse me, as well. That one's been condensed. So again, if you're in Norfolk, if you are near Route 275, near Highway 81 in this general vicinity, got to get back into your safe place. We still have an area of rotation right now, moving to the northeast, going towards Highway 81 right now. Highway 81 will be the area in the track of that. Let me check this out. Let's see. Yeah, we got a couple of live cams in Norfolk. I'm keeping a close eye on them, if anything, if we can see anything out of that. There are 2 different cameras in Norfolk, so I'll be keeping a close eye on both of them. And again, we still got rotation east of Woodland Park. Once again, we have 3 areas of rotation with this activity. We also got the one south of Plainview. And then we're still watching the storms that are on track right now for Omaha. Right now, it looks mostly like a wind and hail threat. It's a lot of left turning storms, and usually when we have left moving storms, those are the ones that produce more of a hail and wind threat and less of a tornado threat. That's what we're seeing with this activity right now. We are still going to be watching though to see if anything can become discrete, and even with this setup, we could still get a tornado embedded in that line that's developing, so, or cluster I should say. So we're still watching that potential closely. Even though it doesn't seem super imminent, there is definitely a possibility of that once that storm activity does get closer to Omaha. Okay. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Pierce and southeast of Plainview. That probably means that they might end up canceling this tornado warning. We'll see. That rotation's been much weaker over the last few scans. It was much stronger probably about 10 minutes ago, but it's broadening again. So that one looks a little bit weaker on the last few scans, but it could still produce something as it moves east-southeast. So we're still watching for that closely. And then also we got our storm back over near Woodland Park that still has rotation. The one going towards Norfolk, which also still has rotation. And then the one that's over to the northwest or west-northwest of Madison still has some broad circulation. But really the 2 main areas that I'm watching for a potential for a tornado right now would be this one just to the southwest of Norfolk and the other one just east of Woodland Park. Those are the 2 strongest areas of rotation right now in Nebraska, in my opinion at least. The other 2 just kind of look much broader at this point. They've been kind of fizzling a lot more, but they could redevelop, so we're still watching that potential closely. All right. Might be cycling. Yeah, again, any of these storms could cycle at any given moment. Any of these tornado warnings that we're looking at right now could easily cycle, you know, within the next few minutes. And it's been happening multiple times, by the way. That one that's back over in Plainview, by the way, that warning was canceled. So this tornado warning was canceled. Kind of expected that just due to the nature of it not really rotating as much anymore. It's also moving more, actually, to the southeast now. It's completely changed directions. Let's go back 21 frames real quick. You'll kind of see how this, storm is moving more kind of the northeast initially. It's actually moving down to the southeast now. So at one point, it was moving more to the northeast, and now it's moving to southeast. So down the road, these storms could actually kind of collide. All of this storm activity is just training from southwest to northeast. So that's all happening in real time. And then the storm that's over going towards Clarkson, this activity is merging like crazy. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised with this storm activity here near Platte Center right now. We could get some sort of tornado threat out of this after the mergers all happen, because there's a lot of storm mergers happening in this area. I would say that this particular cluster of storms on the southern side, north of Columbus, we could end up getting a tornado with this as it moves northeast. Again, not definitely going to happen, but it could happen because we have a lot of storm mergers that just happen in this general vicinity. If it can all kind of become a more organized supercell, a tornado is very, very well in play with that activity. Not certainly going to happen, but there's at least a pretty good chance that there's at least a chance of that happening. I'd say it's like a 50 or 60% chance that we could get a tornado with that activity. Again, nothing imminent right now, but it's definitely something that's in play here over the next little while. Back over to the south of Bennett and Lincoln, we still have mostly a wind threat here. We have some weak circulations kind of embedded in that cluster, and nothing imminent there as of right now. The activity that's back over here right now in parts of north central Nebraska, definitely the most concerning over the short term. Long term, anything could happen. Here's the latest scan on the storm east of Woodland Park. That rotation has gone back to being on the stronger side of things. That is, again, just east of Norfolk in Nebraska, moving to the northeast right now, just south of Windside. So if you are in this pink polygon, again, make sure that you're getting to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. If you're near Windside, Nebraska. Rotation that is south of Norfolk does appear much broader. It really looks more like a wind threat to me. But I wouldn't rely on an isolated tornado, so just continue to stay in your safe place. And we could still get a tornado south of Battle Creek. No recent reports on this storm from what I know, but we could, again, we could still get a tornado with this as it moves off to the northeast. Let me see if we have anything new here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to check on reports again. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. We have a tornado touching down again in Nebraska. I believe it's this storm down here that's east of Petersburg and south of Battle Creek. There's a tornado that is currently on the ground on this storm, so north of Newman Grove. I believe it's this one. Let me double check location. Can anybody verify the location on that storm? There's some people posting on Twitter. I'm trying to find. I don't know what the exact location of this is. But there is a tornado that is at least briefly touched down. I believe it's on this one, though. That's, again, east of Petersburg and west of Madison. There is a very, very narrow rope tornado that's in progress on this storm. It might already be lifting, but all right, so this is the one northeast of yeah, this is on the ground. So we have a tornado on the ground, at least as of now, west of Madison.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this right here, there is a tornado on the ground with this storm, just to the east of Highway 32. This is a very small little rope tornado. It is really not even condensed to the ground, but there is a small tornado on the ground right now with this storm west of Madison, according to storm spotters in the area. It might already be lifting. Actually, I think it is lifting as we speak. I think it's already done. It's on the ground for like a minute, but there was a brief little touchdown here just to the west of Madison and west of Highway 121. And it's still on the ground. But again, if you're in this pink polygon, northeast of Newman Grove. You know what to do. Get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. And there is still a small little rope tornado that's touching the ground right now on this storm. Rotation does not look impressive on radar whatsoever, but there is at least a little small tornado on the ground here. I am retweeting the photo on Twitter as well. I mean, it's a baby. It's a baby tornado, literally. Yeah, there's a couple of photos on that. But this one might go to confirmed here in a second. According to multiple chasers in the area, there is a tornado in progress right now, just to the west of Madison. And again, it may have already lifted. I think it already lifted. But it is a large area of circulation. The one east of Woodland Park still appears very strong. Again, we still got really strong rotation on this storm too. And this one could also end up producing a tornado. Again, this one could be on the larger side of things too if it develops. It really still is really strong rotation. East of Woodland Park, eventually going towards wind side. This storm again, that's northeast of Newman Grove. That one's the one that's confirmed as of a moment ago. Likely lifted. I think it has lifted, but I think it's going to try to recycle. So at least for the time being, this is at least lifted for the time being, but it could drop again at any time. But as of a couple minutes ago, there was a new confirmed tornado on this storm. But, let's see. All right, so the southern area of storms doesn't look too bad right now. Back over near Clarkson, for example. Again, this really looks pretty concerning right now. The storm that's currently east of Woodland Park. This storm, by the way, was just updated. It is still radar indicated. Weather spotters reported a funnel cloud, though. That's the update to this warning, west of Madison. It did touch ground at least briefly, so it was on the ground at least briefly, according to a weather spotter in the area. But it was very short-lived by the looks of it. It could recycle, though, and drop again. So if you are just west of Madison, definitely stay weather aware, as we could get another tornado on that storm. And we should have a new radar scan in a second. There it is. Still really strong rotation east of Woodland Park. Again, this could drop a tornado at any time. So again, if you are just east of Woodland Park, near Windside, Nebraska, you got to make sure that you're in your safe place. That rotation is still very strong on radar, and very well could produce another tornado as this moves to the northeast. All right. Tornado warning for those in Norfolk was just canceled. So if you are in Norfolk, that warning's no longer ongoing. We've dropped all the way back down to 2 tornado warnings. I know, it's shocking. Very rare, but we are back down to 2 tornado warnings now. We have the one that's west of Madison with a reported funnel cloud as of a moment ago. Brief touchdown. It's still a large rotating base. The storm that's south of Windside right now does appear to be the most concerning. Still relatively strong rotation. No debris signature as of right now, but it's a very rain-wrapped area of rotation. So overall, viewing this is probably going to be very, very hard to come by. You know, if you're a storm chaser or just in the area. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Very difficult to see anything on this particular storm. Here's the latest scan here. So that's the latest scan. Still some rotation there, but not as strong as the last scan. So it's at least a little bit broader for the time being. That's the main area of circulation that we're watching right now. Yeah, we are currently in Nebraska. All right, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back. We're going to go to Storm Order Media, and I'll be right back in 60 seconds.
Alright, they're starting to drop tornado warning to slowly. They went down to 2. From what, 8? Well, that still is unfortunate. But they cluttered it and they cleaned it up. Right.
back to here. Okay. So once again, if you're just tuning in, we do have 2 tornado warnings in Nebraska. We got the one that's currently located near Norfolk, just east of Norfolk. That rotation is completely rain wrapped. We've had nothing confirmed on that one as of right now, but that rotation is still very strong and could produce a tornado at any time, or may have already produced one just south of Windside, eventually going towards Wayne and Wakefield. So if you're in those locations, just stay weather aware. There is a chance it goes a bit more to the east and eventually goes towards Walt Hill and as well as Winnebago. So those areas will also be in the track of this eventually as this storm does continue to move to the east. And then back over west of Madison, we still have some broad circulation here. And this one again could produce a tornado as well at any time as it moves east. Already did produce a tornado. It is probably cycling right now, and we could end up getting another tornado as this moves east. So if you're near Madison, continue to stay vigilant there. And then the storm that's off to the south of Plainview, maybe a little bit of rotation there, but nothing too crazy. A little bit of circulation, though, just south of Plainview. And we're still watching for some potential development here near Humphrey. Mostly a wind and hail threat right now, but we could end up getting a tornado threat out of that activity. That's south of Madison down the road. Everything that is south of Omaha and south of Lincoln is mostly wind right now, with maybe a low chance at a tornado, but nothing that looks super imminent when it comes to a tornado right now with any of this activity. Probably more than anything, we actually could get a QLCS tornado threat out of this if it becomes more organized, but I don't think there's anything like imminent in terms of a strong tornado in that area. So I wouldn't be super concerned right now about that particular region for at least the time being. And again, that could change as we get further into the evening here, but nothing imminent. Thank you, Theon, for the $4.99. Bellevue and Omaha tornado risk. It is going to be probably on the low side of things. It's definitely lower than we had like an hour or two ago, because we have a lot more of just linear storm activity going into that area. So it's not nearly as concerning as before. I'd be mostly just concerned at this point about more of a wind threat. Thank you, Jeff, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Thank you, Court, and as well as Danny for becoming minimum velocity members. Thank you, Northwest Iowa, for the $4.99. Going to the game in Omaha tomorrow. How's the weather look for tomorrow? I think the weather will be a little bit better, but I still think there's a chance for thunderstorms tomorrow as well in Omaha. I'll try to go more in detail about tomorrow's forecast later in the stream. Do have an area behind this storm. So the initial rotation that we were talking about west of Madison, that one's broadening out. We have a new area of circulation north of Newman Grove. Again, it's like the third time we've had rotation here. So we have another area of rotation developing here, back over to the west of Madison and north of Newman Grove, which is kind of crazy. So that's a new area of circulation there. The storm is still not done quite yet. This one south of Windside is still rain wrapped. That one looks like it's occluding. So we may have already had a tornado with that, but the rotation on radar does look a lot broader at this point. So really right now, the main 2 storms that I'm watching is still the one south of Windside and also the one that's west of Madison. I think a WoW t-shirt is required. We actually might have to do that. Does it look like these storms are going to merge? This is all going to merge here soon. But if we keep getting more convective development down to the southwest, I mean, it's just going to be an endless convergence of storms. And that'll lead to more just of a rain and wind threat. I just don't expect it to be as tornadic if everything keeps merging. Like, if we keep getting more convective storms south of the initial patch of convection here east of Madison, I think a lot of it would just be wind beyond, like, 8 o'clock, but if we only get this area to merge and nothing else, we could end up seeing an increasing tornado threat down the road. But it's a very large area of thunderstorm activity at this point. And the fact that storms are still rotating in this environment is pretty crazy, because it's definitely becoming a lot more disorganized as we speak. It's not as organized as before. Still want a shirt for the Bat Radar. We actually just added a new emoji for members. It's like, I think it's called the Bat NATO. Something like that. All right, so the rotation south of wind side, as of right now, a little bit broader. Still watching rotation southwest of Norfolk. Again, we got 2 different areas of rotation. If you're in any of these areas, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. If you're in either of the 2 pink polygons. But the rotation is definitely broader again than before. Nothing imminent. Oh yeah, we added and removed a lot of emojis, by the way, so there's definitely a different selection. We haven't added all the new ones yet, but we added a pretty good amount of them. Where's tomorrow's bad spot going to be? Well, we have a quick second, I'll show you. This is tomorrow's threat for Father's Day. We have a large slight risk from Wisconsin back into Wyoming. Huge marginal threat that goes all the way into Texas. It's a huge area. Tomorrow, though, there's really not much of a tornado risk. It's very low to 0. Live stream tomorrow, I have no clue. We'll probably decide that tomorrow, but it doesn't look likely. It's mostly going to be a wind threat. Mostly a hail threat, actually, but wind also, but very low tornado risk. All right, we'll have another radar scan in just a moment. While we wait for that, I do want to remind you today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It is a fantastic weather app with a lot of features, including live radar, live storm chasers in the app that you can watch, and as well as live cameras. And if you want to download it, you can get it on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. On both iOS and Android. Here's the latest scan, or it should come back in here in a second. Here it is. So right now, overall rotation, we're primarily looking back here north of Highway 32. There's still some circulation, just doesn't look super convincing to me. Not as convincing as what we've initially had. That's for sure. Yeah, it doesn't look as convincing at this point on this storm. The one that's back over to the east of Woodland Park, that one is also broadening a lot. So I think both of these storms are losing a major grip of rotation at this point. Much weaker than before, and that one actually just got canceled. So the warning that was southwest of Norfolk was just canceled. The one that is currently south of Windside, that one might end up getting canceled too here in the next couple minutes. So we'll see. But yeah, it does appear as if we are starting to lose some of that rotation with all these storm mergers. Now, what will probably end up happening is that after the storm mergers happen, we are probably eventually going to see more of a threat of wind temporarily and hail. And then after the storm mergers happen, this might become more tornadic as these continue to move east. But that still, again, remains to be seen. We're still kind of waiting to see how things develop here. But the only tornado warning that we have now is south of Wayne. So that's at least good news temporarily. Did anyone notice or recognize you in Florida? I did get recognized once. I thought I would actually get recognized more, but I only got recognized once. That was actually at, I think it was Contemporary Resort. I was eating dinner there. Matt, you can. I do whatever you want with it. It's a collector's item, apparently. Yeah, we'll have to watch what happens after these mergers. And we also have rotation developing east of Creston now. So an unwarned area of rotation east of Creston. I don't think it's going to happen right now, but there's at least rotation there. That is now developing. And actually, that might be imminent pretty soon. So that could also get warned here momentarily. That is a strong area of rotation that's developing. West of Lay and west of Clarkson. Wow. That's something. Waiting for the reflectivity to update here. This is unwarned area of rotation. Right now, east of Clarkson. Or Creston, sorry. And west of Clarkson. Reflectivity never updated, but that rotation's definitely on the stronger side of things right now. Very well could produce a tornado as that moves northeast, going towards Highway 32. Again, very rural area here, but very well a potential tornadic supercell that's in development right now. You know, this one over here too, north of Highway 32, like this warning got canceled, but there is at least still some rotation here. We have another radar site, let me check. Let's go back down here to the south. Yeah, it still appears we got rotation there. And there you go, new tornado warning. And that's not even on the storm I was looking at.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we have a new tornado warning west of Winsner. This is a different storm that we were not really talking about. That's the one south of Pilger. If you are in this warning, you also need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And that is a pocket of rotation that's developing here, moving to the northeast. Not really one that we were looking at. We're really looking more at the other ones. Also, the tornado warning south of Windside was just canceled. So that one's basically going to be a new warning for a different storm south of Pilger. Well, if that one got warned, I think this one might get warned, and then the other one north of Newman Grove looks concerning again. Honestly, this one east of Creston still looks really concerning. I would seek shelter if you're anywhere in this area here, near Lay or east of Creston, near Highway 57 and 32. That rotation is definitely coming together here. I mean, we got really at least some level of rotation here moving northeast. Definitely a concerning storm that's developing, and that rotation's been coming together here for the last several minutes. At the bare minimum, it's damaging winds, and so there could be some flying debris, but that's a very impressive looking couplet on radar. And the one near Pilger does not look as concerning, but that also could produce something down the road. It doesn't look as concerning as the southern one, but there's rotation there too. But yeah, this one right here near Creston does appear concerning, and there's your new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for those in Lay and Clarkson. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And this one is probably the most concerning area of rotation that we've had so far today. That rotation has been strong for several minutes. It's been going for probably about 10 minutes now, but it hasn't been this strong until now. It just keeps getting stronger. So this storm in particular could produce a tornado at any time. It is very discreet, and it has the capability of producing a tornado as it moves to the northeast. So if you are currently in this warning, you've definitely got to get to your safe place. Even the latest scan still showing some awfully strong rotation right now, moving to the northeast. And no full-blown CC signature or anything like that, but that rotation's really strong right now. And it's going to be approaching Clarkson and Lay in Nebraska. I'm not seeing as much southwest of Norfolk. There's like a small little peak of rotation there. Still got some broad circulation near Pierce, but nothing imminent. This, honestly, west of Clarkson, looks like the most concerning storm right now. So just northeast of Creston and west of Clarkson, very strong area of rotation that could be producing a tornado at any time as it moves northeast. So again, if you are in this warning, stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. If you know any friends or family in the track of this, give them a call or text and make sure that they're getting to their safe place as well, as this could produce a tornado at any time. This is a live shot out of Clarkson. This is looking north. Look how ominous the skies are there right now. Very ominous skies there. Oops. Yeah, that was the only one that you can really see anything. Very ominous skies, though, in Clarkson. And we obviously have very strong rotation as well. No debris signature, but again, we got a hook echo. We got an inflow going into the storm. I mean, basically, the stars are aligning, if you will, for this to produce a tornado. It's a very organized storm moving to the northeast. Still radar indicated as of right now. And then back over near the west of Wisner in Nebraska, we still have some rotation over Pilger that's moving northeast. going towards Route 275. Again, no debris signature on that one either. Rotation does not look super strong, but there's definitely a chance it does produce a tornado as it moves northeast. So again, if you're in the pink polygon there, south of Wayne, seek shelter. Storms back over west of Madison, they're still fighting. I mean, we still have some broad circulation on those storms. They're not warned as a tornado warning right now, but those are storms that I still wouldn't be surprised if we do see another tornado warning at some point down the road. And then also west of Pierce, there's a little bit of rotation there as well. That rotation, actually, unless that's just hail contamination, which it might be, but that actually might be rotation. West of Pierce right now, that rotation, guess what? That is anticyclonic. That is pretty rare. And I'm not really seeing any crazy rotation down here, south of Omaha. Maybe a little bit near Beatrice. It's not much. Got a little bit of rotation on the leading edge of this activity, also south of Omaha, but again, nothing super concerning. But yeah, this rotation right now west of Clarkson still appears to be some of the most concerning rotation that we have on radar right now. Moving northeast, just east of Creston, on the north side of Lay. And this could produce a tornado at any time as it moves northeast. See if we have any other reports here. How long do you think the lay rotation will last? I mean, as long as this stays discreet, I don't think it's going to end really, like, imminently. I think this is going to go for a little while. But right now, we got this cluster of storms that's off to the northwest of the storm. These are mostly training to the northeast, so I don't think this is going to have a problem, really, other than it just kind of staying in its discrete fashion it is right now, because we really didn't have an opening on this storm until recently. We have another tornado warning.
A new tornado
That's on the one near
warning
Madison.
has been
Okay, so that
issued.
one ended up getting warned. But this storm, it really didn't open up an inflow notch until the last few scans, and now it looks like an actual discrete supercell, almost. Because this is the area of rotation. We got another kind of storm on the west side of it as well. So this one's kind of been more organized, at least, for the last few scans. As long as it can stay like that, I don't think it's going to weaken imminently. I think it's going to go for probably the next half hour if it stays like that. The one west of Madison's been very hit or miss, but they have issued a new tornado warning on this yet again, as there is still rotation. Kind of embedded in the rain along Highway 121 south of Battle Creek. So if you are in this pink polygon, make sure to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So yet again, another tornado warning. Wow. This one does not look as strong, though, as the one to the east. But there's still rotation there. Are we expecting the mesoscale to upgrade the risk? No. I mean, the next update would be at 8 o'clock. I don't think there's any reason to upgrade the risk at this point, as we are already I would say we're debatably about halfway through this event already. Maybe a little bit more than that. So we're quite through this event already. We're not by any means done, but we've gotten kind of through the peak, I think. I still think this threat will go all the way till 10 or 11 tonight, but we've gotten through the peak of the tornado threat, at least out of those storms off to the north, in this northern mode. The southern mode has all been pretty much linear. None of this has really gone discrete at all. So this is probably all going to be wind and some hail, some lightning, maybe a brief tornado. We are still watching for that potential as these storms get closer to Omaha and Bellevue. Just nothing looks imminent for a tornado. It looks mostly, to me, like wind. I'm not seeing any rotation right now in that activity, at least from a bird's eye view there. The storm that's west of Clarkson still looks the strongest right now in terms of rotation. So still have a strong area of rotation just to the north of Lay. Again, we are currently in Nebraska with all these tornado warnings. As we wait for the next radar scan, I do want to remind you today's live stream is brought to you by ESP Shelters. If you need a storm shelter to stay prepared ahead of these storms, something that keeps you safe during tornado warnings, you can check out espshelter.com, the second to top link in the description below, for a high-quality, above-ground storm shelter. They are designed to uphold against EF5 tornadoes, so very strong storm shelters. You can check it out with the second to top link in the description below. To be honest with you, I don't know what this is about. Tornado watch? Is this like an... Oh, is this like an up... Oh, this might be expansion of the watch, I think. Maybe? North of Manhattan? Or it might have just condensed. Never mind. Oh, never mind. Alright, so the tornado watch just got condensed. It no longer includes west of Maryville and north of Concordia. Alright, so that was what that was. Never mind. Nothing in Kansas. It's all pretty much wind in Kansas. I mean, Kansas wasn't really expecting to see much when it comes to a tornado threat. It's mostly going to be just a wind threat there anyways. And it's all outflow-driven storm activity right now. And again, I wouldn't rule out a QLCS tornado with this as it moves east. I just don't think anything's imminent. Got a storm actually northeast of Kansas City. Nothing severe, or I wouldn't expect this to become severe either, but just some small hail and gusty winds really the main concerns there. Alright, this is the latest radar scan. Rotation appears broader to the northwest of Wisner. The rotation that's going to be just to the west and northwest of Clarkson, still on the stronger side of things. The one west of Madison is broader. So those are your 3 tornado warnings right now, south and east of Norfolk in Nebraska. Thank you to Alexis for becoming a minimum velocity member, and welcome to the velocities. Norfolk. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh wait, no. What? How's that not Norfolk? That's Norfolk? Okay, so apparently it's fork. Thank you. Learn something new every day. Dangerous heat wave coming? Yeah, we'll have a video on that tomorrow. I was going to do that today, but this threat was more interesting. No reports of any tornadoes as of right now, by the way. So again, all 3 tornado warnings that we have are radar indicated at this time. As a Nebraskian, I have no clue why we pronounce it that way. I don't know either. I don't know the answer. By the way, mods, pronunciations are fine. Don't worry about it. You don't have to delete them. It's fine. Here's the latest scan. Still have a pretty strong area of rotation northwest of Clarkson. Yeah, this is basically in, you know, fields and barns and whatnot. So again, a lot of farmland in this area. If you do know any friends or family in this area, just make sure to give them a call or text and make sure that they are getting to their safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of their home or building. Also, let me change the bottom right stream. I just noticed that thing's been lagging a lot. I'm not sure if it's just the feed and how it's coming across. Let me try this one and see if that's better. Yeah, that looks better. There we go. There we go. It kind of shows all the bars and stuff, but at least looks temporarily better. I'll have to see if Storm Intermediate can fix that stream. I'm not sure how long it's been lagging for, but I think it's been lagging for quite a while. Okay. Well, I don't like that for now. Can anybody hear Max? I am not muted. This mic has been unplugging, but I'm not muted. I am good. Still looks mostly like a wind and hail threat near Pierce, but there's some broad circulation there. And the main storm that's rotating is the one northwest of Clarkson. New radar scan will be coming in here in just a moment. We have a confirmed tornado for those in Cumming, Wayne, and Stanton counties in Nebraska.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, I'm waiting for it to update on here. I don't know which one that is. It's this one. Okay, actually, this is the one that's confirmed. This is the rain-wrapped tornado. So we have a confirmed tornado on the storm that is back over here to the north of Route 275, north of Winsner. So if you are in this warning, you got to seek shelter, get away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. Your Highway 15. Let me see what the warning looks like here. I'll show you guys. I don't see any locations on here, so I'm trying to find this here. This is Weather Spotters confirmed this tornado. So it's currently south, or 12 miles south of Wayne, 3 miles northeast of Pilger, and moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is the warning. So it's pretty rural areas, mostly farmland and whatnot, just north of 275. But if you are in the warning, get to, an interior room of your home or building, away from windows. If you are in a mobile home, seek sturdy structure or get into a ditch. I'm not sure what the CC is showing here. This actually might be the tornado. I think that might just be clear air. That might be it, though. That actually could be debris. It also could be clear air. Either way, the tornado itself would be pretty much in the proximity of what we're just looking at there on the correlation coefficient. It would be right along Highway 15, moving northeast, eventually going towards Highway 16, again, to the south of Wayne. So that's where this tornado is currently confirmed on the ground in Nebraska. So again, if you're in this warning, get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. And also the Stanton, Nebraska tornado warning was just updated. It is condensed further, so it does not include Clarkson anymore. Clarkson's no longer included in this warning. It only includes areas in between Clarkson and Stanton. So again, mostly farmland on the north side of Clarkson for those in Stanton County. This warning was just updated. With that said, this still has strong rotation, and this could still produce a tornado at any time as it moves to the northeast. If you guys do see any photos or videos of this tornado, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Link to that's also in the description. Let's see if we have anything here on Twitter. As of 3 minutes ago, there was a confirmed tornado by a train spotter 4 miles to the northeast of Pilger in Cumming County in Nebraska. So that's the official report. This is the exact location for reference. So again, here's Route 275. There is Highway 70 or 15, I think. And that's where the tornado was. It was on the north side of that. So that was as of 6:58. If we go back to the CC at that time, yeah, that debris signature I don't think really matches up completely with that. But that could have been it. It's very possible. Because the tornado itself was confirmed right about here. That's at least the approximate location. Might have been up in here, though, because that's where the rotation actually is. But either way, this tornado is going to be somewhere just to the south of Altona. And it's going to be approaching Altona, eventually going through this area of farmland, going towards Highway 16 as well. So again, if you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe places. There is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters in this area. Still trying to see if we have any other information here. So presumably this tornado is going to be probably right about here. So over the south side of Altoona. in Nebraska, moving northeast. And here's the latest velocity scan on the Clarkson tornado warning, or the one northwest of Clarkson. Rotation still broad. Here's your winds going away from the radar. That's going towards the radar. Latest scan still showing that same exact sort of picture, where it's still broad circulation on the one approaching Highway 32. And the one near Madison at this point has still warned, but that rotation appears to be still on the broader side of things. A lot of that rotation is also rain-wrapped. Moving east towards Madison. So again, if you're in Madison, just continue to stay in your safe place until that warning is lifted. You still have 27 minutes until that warning's done, so continue to stay in that safe place. Here's the latest scan on the actual confirmed tornado here. This right here would likely be the tornado. So it's going to be over Altoona right now, and I'm moving towards Highway 16, and just south of Wayne. It's about 10 miles south of Wayne right now in Nebraska. And this is still, as of now, a confirmed tornado. This is the 10th anniversary of the Pilger tornado. Is it actually? It's kind of crazy. If that is true, that's exactly 10 years later. We have a tornado in basically the same area. I mean, this touched down on the northeast side of Pilger. $10 years ago tomorrow? Oh, okay. So, one day off from that anniversary. Here's the latest scan. So again, if that tornado is still on the ground, it's on the northeast side of Altoona. Still on track for Highway 16. Altoona. Altoona. It's Altoona, sorry. Not Altoona. I think it's Altoona. And again, we also have storms moving towards Omaha right now. As long as these storms push through Omaha, you'll probably mostly get away with just a wind threat for Omaha. The warning just to the south of Omaha and Bellevue is for damaging winds up to 60. No tornado risk right now at these, or at least it's a very low risk. It's very close to zero for a tornado risk right now for Omaha, at least out of this batch of storms. This activity that's back over here in northeastern Nebraska is more concerning overall for a tornado risk, as a lot of those storms are more semi-discrete and discrete, and they're also right-moving storms, which are more favorable towards having tornadoes, and there's a lot of spin in the atmosphere. So overall, this is definitely the most favorable area for tornadoes right now. And what's crazy is that the HRRR model actually, I think, nailed this area for the tornado threat today. The tornado parameter values, I just want to go back and show you guys this. The HRRR can be accurate sometimes, and it actually, I think, kind of pinpoint that area. Maybe not the 18Z scan, but I think it was a 12Z run earlier today. One of these runs, it really pinpointed this area for that tornado risk. And it had like a kind of a very sharp divide, really nothing down here. So I don't know what run it was, but it was one of these. It really pinpointed this part of Nebraska for the greatest threat. And so far it has been that way. There's really not been any tornadic action, at least back over in like Omaha or anything like that. As it's been a lot more of those left-hand or left-moving storms, and it's just been a lot of, you know, linear convection. So it has not been as favorable. Here's the latest scan on the confirmed tornado east of Highway 15. Again, still very strong rotation right now. And again, this is more than likely still on the ground. We don't have any recent confirmation, but it is likely still on the ground as we speak. And we have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning on this storm, which is going to be radar indicated. That's going to be for those just to the south of Wakefield and south of Emerson. Again, in Nebraska, the storm has at least been producing a tornado, could still be ongoing. If you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Also, we have another mesoscale discussion for those in Iowa and as well as Missouri. So listen up if you're in either of those two states. The threat for damaging winds, isolated hail, and perhaps a tornado or two will spread eastward this evening. A new watch is likely. So from Des Moines back towards Kansas City, just to the north of Kansas City, we'll have a new watch in this area for damaging winds, hail, and then perhaps a couple of tornadoes. That'll more than likely be a severe thunderstorm watch, is what I'm getting from that, but I wouldn't rule out a tornado watch. This is what it looks like right now in terms of the SPC outlook for tonight, which, again, don't just take it with a grain of salt when it comes to this, because tornadoes can still happen outside of the 5% tornado risk. But we do have a 5% tornado risk that goes all the way up to Des Moines. So it's a pretty large area. And when you think about it, we're only right now in northeastern, Nebraska. That's basically the area we've been in this entire time. So this whole area in western Iowa is an untapped area at this point. So if anything that can stay discreet in here will have the potential of producing a tornado threat. We had a couple of storms fire off just east of Kansas City, but those have yet to be successful. If we get any of that activity back up here in Des Moines, western Iowa, we could end up getting a tornado threat out of this activity. But so far, it's all linear convection south Omaha. As long as it stays that way, this will be predominantly a wind threat, with maybe an isolated tornado. But the threat overall would be on the, again, probably lower side of things when it comes to the tornado threat there. So you're saying it's going to be a long night? It could be. We'll see. It could be. The tornado warning south, or I should say north of Clarkson, that one's still rotating. We'll probably get a new tornado warning going towards Winsner here soon. So be prepared if you're in Winsner to get to your safe place in case you do get a new warning. If you're just south of Winsner, you have a better chance of being in a new tornado warning. Also, the tornado warning that was confirmed has just been downgraded to radar indicated. So as of now, we don't have any confirmation of this being on the ground in Nebraska. So no longer confirmed. It has been downgraded completely to radar indicated. With that said, we still have strong rotation just south of Wakefield. Do you think northwest Wisconsin will have any chance for tornadoes in the night tonight? No. Just be a wind threat, really, for Wisconsin. I'll have another scan here in a second. All right, here's the latest scan. Very strong velocities, at least going away from the radar. Going towards the radar, it's a little bit weaker. If you guys do see any reports, photos, videos on Twitter, you can at me, at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. Nothing right now near Madison as of right now. At least confirmed. Nothing confirmed there as of now. The Clarkson storm still rotating. And we do have a new tornado warning. That's observed. All right, this one's actually confirmed. I was about to say it actually might be on the ground. So this is now a confirmed tornado again in Nebraska.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, confirmed tornado that is on the ground here in Nebraska. That is going to be for those west of West Point. That is actually, I believe, a debris signature that we have on radar right now, east of, or right along Highway 32. I believe. If not, that would be your tornado. So it's one of the two spots. Again, going northeast, going towards Highway 32, and eventually going in the direction of Beamer. So again, this is a confirmed tornado as of 7:07 p.m. So 4 minutes ago, a storm chaser reported a confirmed tornado this is supposed to say miles, not, I don't know what that even says, 5 miles to the north of Clarkson. So that is where this tornado was just confirmed as of about 4 minutes ago, which lines up pretty closely with that debris signature. It's definitely pretty close. And wow, I think that actually is the tornado. Scan by scan, that looks pretty definitive as a debris signature. That's right over near Highway 32 right now. So if you are in this warning, south of Stanton to the southwest of Beamer in Nebraska, make sure that you're getting to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. But that appears to be a debris signature, which we actually haven't had one of these yet today on radar. So this could be a stronger tornado. Retweeting the photo, by the way, on Twitter of this tornado at max velocity WX. It's not really a large tornado as of 4 minutes ago, but we do have a possible debris signature there. If not, the tornado itself would again be located right near Highway 15 and 32, moving northeast. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that's a debris signature because it's not lining up with the velocities. See what this next scan shows. It's coming in right now. It might be. This is the latest scan. That would be your tornado right now on the ground. Moving northeast. That might be debris. It's not lined up with the strongest area of rotation. Which this is the tornado would be right here. And this is currently on track to go towards Beamer. So, Beamer, Nebraska, be ready for this. Because this could be on the ground for a little while with how discreet this is. This is the confirmed report, by the way. So, 4 miles north of Clarkson, Nebraska. Train spotter reported this tornado. And it is still on the ground as of now, at least from what we know. I'm going to see if we have anything else here. I am retweeting a video on Twitter of the tornado that happened near Pilger, Nebraska. I think it's a must watch. I would watch it on Twitter at max velocity WX. It is possibly the weakest, or it was possibly one of the smallest tornadoes that I've ever seen, like hitting the ground. It's kind of crazy. We'll have another radar scan in a second on this storm. And if you're just tuning in, this is a confirmed tornado going in the direction of Winsner and Beamer in Nebraska. So again, if you are in this particular area, in the pink polygon, you got to get to your safe place, as this is still actively producing a tornado, or has at least the potential of producing a tornado over the next several minutes. Don't have any debris signature, so that's at least a good sign. But the rotation's definitely still strong enough for a tornado. Hasn't updated, though, on the latest scan yet, but it'll update in a moment. It is still very dark in, here's the latest scan. It is still very dark and ominous right now in this area, west of Alloys in Nebraska, on this particular storm. I'm trying to pull up the photo here. It is still very ominous and dark. It's been like this for quite a while, but it is still very dark out there. Very ominous near Clarkson. And that's the area of rotation that we're looking at right now, moving northeast. But if there is still a tornado on the ground, it'd be right there in that black circle. Quick update on the northern warning going towards Wakefield and Emerson. That rotation as of right now is a little bit on the broader side of things, but again, this did produce a brief tornado back over near Pilger. Could do so again as it moves northeast. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. And then the one near Madison was just updated. Again, still an ongoing tornado warning going towards Madison. Still radar indicated circulation. No reports on this of a funnel cloud or a tornado or anything like that for the last several minutes. But as this moves east, it could produce something. So if you're in Madison, just continue to stay in your safe place for another 13 minutes until that warning does expire. There could be another warning after that, for the record. This is in northeast Nebraska right now with these warnings. And then this confirmed tornado is the one west of Alloys. It does appear that this is starting to kind of merge with the northern cluster of storms. So there is a possibility here, west of West Point, that this ends up becoming more of a wind threat temporarily. But there's possibly still something on the ground there near Highway 32. But just long term, this will probably turn into more of a wind threat. I don't think this tornado threat is going to last much more beyond the next, like, 20 minutes, at least on this storm. But still wouldn't rule it out. Just depends on how things evolve here with the northern cluster of storms. Thank you, Mark, for the 199. Appreciate it. Where's Connor? I have no clue where Connor is. I don't think Connor's live anymore. He was live. Yeah, Connor's not live anymore. We have Stormrunner Media. Stormrunner Media is back near Palmyra, Nebraska. That's I think they're still in the southern mode of the severe weather action. How's Stanton looking right in the middle of everything? Well, flash flooding is definitely going to become a concern with all these training storms. I would say it's more of a hail and wind threat from here on out. I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado maybe on the south side, but I think in Stanton in particular, I think the main concern will be to your south for a tornado. Probably more of a wind and hail threat. And lots of lightning and lots of rain. Thank you, Nick, for the $5 super chat. Hey, by the way, Donna, for picking up something on shopmaxvelocity.net. Do appreciate that. All right. Let's go back and see if I have any more reports here. And as of right now, this is... As of... Oh. I'm retweeting a photo of this tornado on Twitter. As of about 6 minutes ago, it was actually a pretty sizable tornado. I'm not sure if it is still on the ground, but if it is, it's going to be this right here, northwest of Monetary and west of West Point. But as of about 10 minutes ago, this was definitely a strong tornado. I'm not sure if it's still on the ground, but as of about 10 minutes ago, it was a pretty solid condensed tornado that was reaching the ground. Probably a stovepipe tornado, but it might not be on the ground anymore. That was probably, if we go back here, this is the debris signature that we had. So that right there would have been your tornado. That was your debris signature. That's gone away since. It doesn't mean we don't have a tornado anymore, but we just don't have any sort of debris here. So again, if you're in Bismarck, Nebraska, you gotta be in your safe place. If you're southwest of Beamer, you also need to make sure that you are continuing to stay in your safe place. But the most recent report of a tornado that we had was about 7:10. So that was about 10 minutes ago. It could still be on the ground, though, with this particular storm. The rotation is definitely still strong enough. We did have a debris signature. We don't have one anymore, but we did have one. It was a skinny little French fry. It was a skinny fry tornado, basically. It looked like this. It was a skinny fry. It wasn't even that. I don't even think it was that thick. But more than likely a strong tornado as of about 10 minutes ago. I'm not sure if it's still on the ground, but as of 10 minutes ago, it was. If it is still on the ground, it would be eventually approaching Alloys. Again, I don't personally think this is on the ground anymore, but you obviously need to continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, just in case it is still on the ground. Because, again, the velocities are still pretty strong here. Eventually going towards Beamer. And it is back down to radar indicated, so it's not on the ground anymore. At least as of right now. But it was a tornado about 10 minutes ago, so it has been back down to radar indicated. And velocities are really far off from where that rotation was before. I do think this is becoming a bit more outflow driven here. So that's why I'm saying, you know, I don't think it's on the ground anymore. But if you are in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Back over south of Omaha, we are still watching for damaging winds near Bellevue. We'll look at the velocities on this next scan. I don't think there's anything imminent here, but we're going to check it out. We have like a little bit of something here, but I think this is just wind more than anything. Back near Nebraska City, I think it's the same thing. I think almost this entire line that we have here is all wind. I'm not seeing anything imminent for a tornado risk right now near Omaha, but still stay weather aware just in case we get something there. There's a lot of lightning in the vicinity. Definitely some damaging winds that could produce, you know, similar impacts from a tornado as well. So just keep that in mind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new confirmed tornado on the ground. This one is going to be going in the direction of Pender, Thurston, or Thurston, Winnebago, and Walton, or Walt Hill. So if you're in this warning, you also need to make sure that you're getting to your safe place.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Again, this is a confirmed tornado right over Highway 16, moving to the east-northeast. It'll be right in that black circle, right where the strongest couplet is. This is confirmed by law enforcement back over near Pender. So if you are in this pink polygon, you also need to seek shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. And get into an interior room of your home or building. There's yet again another confirmed tornado that's in progress near Pender. I think this is like the 5th or 6th tornado now that we've had in this area. In general, at least in northeastern Nebraska. We will have a live shot out of Winnebago here pretty soon, but this storm's still well away from there. We still have rotation though, moving east-northeast and northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. And this is another confirmed tornado. Here's the latest scan. So that rotation over the west side of Pender. No very convincing debris signature here on radar, but once again, it could be on the ground still without a debris signature, as we are still well away from the radar site right now. This is confirmed by law enforcement. By the way, this warning includes 5,000 people, so if you know any friends or family in Pender, Thurston, Walt Hill, or Winnebago, give them a call or text and make sure that they are in their safe place. Again, feel free to share the stream with them, as we'll be live here throughout this event in eastern Nebraska. No problem, Michael. Appreciate the $5 super chat. MC, the main concern over there in northeast Kansas is going to be damaging winds, up to 70 miles per hour. All right, let's go back to the south here real quick. This storm that's back over to the west of West Point is recycling. We actually have a hook developing on this again, and rotation is now developing yet again. So this could produce another tornado. If you are in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place. It is recycling. We have 3 separate tornado reports in this area. All, I believe, on the same tornado there. There you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado warning. That's going to be for the one near Madison. And that's, I believe, only Madison. So if you're in Madison, Nebraska, or in the pink polygon, get to your safe place. It also includes Enola near Route 81. This is, again, another tornado warning on this storm. And this one's been warned several times also. So, again, if you are in Enola, you're Madison, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building. So they're just extending this tornado warning in particular. No debris signature on this yet. We'll see what the velocity show in a second. This one's about to update. This one is not confirmed. It was confirmed, though, at one point. It was a large stovepipe. I believe this is going to drop again, though. We do have a tight circulation there, north of 32. We got a very strong inflow. Got a hook. I think this one here, southwest of Beamer in Nebraska, is going to drop another tornado. So if you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place. That one's organizing yet again. No debris signature, as I mentioned before, but it is definitely increasing in terms of rotation. Here's that confirmed tornado by law enforcement. It was right over Highway 16. It's uncertain if it is still on the ground, but if it is, it's going to be approaching Pender and Thurston in Nebraska, eventually going in the direction of Walt Hill. So again, if you're in Walt Hill, Winnebago, Thurston, any of those areas, you need to be weather aware. Continue to stay in your safe place as well in that pink polygon, as there was a confirmed tornado a few moments ago. And we're still watching this one here, southwest of Bismarck, for redevelopment. Because that one is definitely organizing. It very well could be on the ground again. I think we could get another tornado on this one. I'm seeing if we have any reports on it. Moments ago, I believe this one was on the ground again, as of a moment ago. Nothing verified, but there's a report that there was another touchdown on this storm again, west of Bismarck. We got something down here too near Highway 15. It's not associated. That's not associated with this hook echo by any means. Velocities do not look super tight either. Might just be clear air, but there could also be something there too, near Highway 15. And one near Madison, I don't see anything on this one near Madison when it comes to rotation. The rotation on that storm was much stronger at one point, but if you are in the warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. I think really the area of rotation that's warned is this northwest of Madison. That black circle up there. This one near Pender still has rotation. Alright, here's the latest velocity scan. Let's see. Still nothing super clear here near Bismarck. It's all still kind of broad here. I mean, this could be something here. I mean, it might have been a brief tornado or something like that. And oh, look at that. I might have missed that. Let's go back a few scans here. That was I didn't even sorry, I don't know how I missed this. I think we just had or unless this is the same thing. Is this? No, this was just I believe this was just an anticyclonic tornado that just happened. I don't know how I missed that. That right there would have been an anticyclonic tornado that just happened here. I did not even, I don't know how I didn't see that. That debris signature is pretty far after that, though. How in the world did I miss that? I mean, that right there would have been an anticyclonic tornado. That's crazy. And we just had a normal tornado with this a moment before that. Now, nothing was visually reported here, but that right there would have been a anticyclonic tornado, and that's on the backside of the hook. This is the exact reflectivity imagery when that happened. That would be the tornado right there, and this is the hook. We had a tornado on the backside of it, anticyclonic. Just wild. So that was more than likely an anticyclonic tornado that just happened there. I don't know how I missed that, though, on radar. That was what that debris signature was from. So we just had a tornado there. Never got upgraded, confirmed, or anything like that, but... And this is now a observed tornado, I believe. Yeah, alright, so this is now observed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So, again, this is now a confirmed tornado. For those south of Winsner, in Cumming County and Stanton County, this is observed. This was a anticyclonic tornado that we just saw. The confirmed tornado was approximately 10 miles to the southwest of Beamer. So that would be about 10 miles south of Beamer. So, again, if you are in this warning, get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you're in Beamer or Winsner, make sure that you're staying weather aware. as this is a confirmed tornado 6 miles south of Windsor. So actually, the new confirmed tornado is probably this right here. So that area of rotation out in front of it now is the one that's likely confirmed, and that's not anticyclonic. So this would be the tornado here. We originally had an anticyclonic tornado. Just to kind of recap, the first tornado was normal. That happened at like 7:10. We had an anticyclonic tornado at about 7:20, and now we have a normal tornado again as about now. So that's as of 7:30. So a new tornado that's going to be embedded in this hook here, just to the west of Beamer and south of Wisner. The storm that's near Pender is still as of now a confirmed tornado, but that was last seen at about 7:21, so 12 minutes ago. This storm, though, right now going towards Beamer definitely is probably the most concerning out of any storm that we have right now. It's very discreet still, and is going towards a bit more of a populated area along Route 275. So if you know any friends or family in this area, make sure to give them a call or text and make sure that they're staying weather aware. This warning near Walt Hill and Winnebago was just downgraded to a normal radar indicated warning. So again, this one was just downgraded. It is no longer confirmed. It is back to radar indicated. This one here going towards Bismarck is the one that is confirmed. We'll see what the velocities look like in just a moment. So we're just waiting on that. And here's the latest scan. And that right there would be your tornado. I mean, that velocity signature there is really strong. So this could be a strong tornado heading towards Beamer. Could also just be a crazy amount of contamination, but that right there, that would be where our tornado is right now. Moving towards Beamer in Nebraska. If you do see any photos or videos of any of these tornadoes or any reports, anything like that, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'm not seeing anything right now in this storm. We're basically basing things right now off of radar. I haven't had any new reports on this storm here in about 20 minutes. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that is issued now for a large chunk of Iowa, northwest Missouri, and one county in Kansas. That's near St. Joseph. So again, severe thunderstorm watch here. That goes until 2 a.m. tonight. For damaging winds, hail, and a couple of tornadoes will also be a possibility. Here's the latest scan. This is pretty much lined up with each other. I mean, if we do have a tornado, it's going to be that right there near Bismarck. It looks to me like contamination, but there could be a tornado there. And if there is still one on the ground, that's what it would be. It would be right there over the southwest side of Beamer. So I wouldn't mess around with this. I would definitely be in your safe place. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. In case this is a legitimate tornado here, which there's it's a very strong possibility it is. Again, going northeast and going in the direction of Beamer. The storm is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. It's definitely a dangerous storm. If it is on the ground, it is definitely a dangerous storm here. And it could be a dangerous tornado. It could be on the stronger side of things. No debris signature, so it's not verified here by debris at this point. We'll probably end up getting a new warning for those in Beamer here in a moment. Now, if you are in Beamer, or if you are back over south of Windsor, you need to make sure that you are getting ready to go to your safe place. If you're outside of the pink polygon, for those in like Beamer, Nebraska, or in the Wisner area, you need to be ready to go to your safe place. Because if this is on the ground, it could be a strong tornado. And it could be very damaging. So again, Bismarck right now is being hit by this tornado if it is indeed still on the ground, and then it will eventually be going towards Beamer. And we do have a new tornado warning that's radar indicated.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning on this storm and also in Dakota and Dixon County in Nebraska.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we are going to be back up to 5 tornado warnings here. We're up to 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have another tornado warning for those northeast of Wakefield, near Emerson and Hubbard. If you are in this tornado warning, you also need to seek shelter. That is the area of rotation that is the strongest right now, that is currently producing the potential for a tornado going towards Hubbard, or Hubbard, just south of Waterbury. So if you're in this pink polygon, you also need to get to your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to that interior room of your home or building, as that storm also has rotation moving northeast. This one near Beamer is radar indicated. It is not confirmed. There's a heavy amount of, I think, just contamination here near the Bismarck area. So that's not as of right now confirmed. We don't have any debris signature there. So currently near Bismarck, there is rotation, but nothing confirmed as of right now. Quickly going to show you guys Storm Intermedia just for a brief second. They are back over in Nebraska City area, so back over on the southern mode of storms. Look how windy it is right now in this area. There's a lot of wind there. So it is a very windy area there right now, with damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour being a possibility.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's no new tornado warning. I had to change my thing. This is back down to a normal radar indicated tornado warning. So this one near Bismarck is back to radar indicated for the time being. We still have strong rotation though, so keep that in mind. We had 4 different tornado reports with this storm. And we could have another tornado at any time as this goes into Beamer. So again, if you're in Beamer, you got to take this seriously and you got to make sure that you're getting to your safe place. If you're in Beamer, Nebraska. No debris signature as of right now, but we still have some strong rotation moving into Beamer and eventually on track to go towards Bancroft. Hear the wind on their stream. Yeah, it is very windy there. There's no doubt about that. And that's the rotation near Emerson, Nebraska. That's still tornado warned. We got the other one near the Pender area. That did produce a tornado not too long ago. The one near Beamer that's still going as well right now. Real quickly, I'm going to go back to Storm Intermedia here for a second. They are really going through a core of wind right now near Nebraska City. Which is kind of surprising if you look at radar at the bottom right. They're kind of in that black circle there. They're going through a surge of wind right now there. This, again, the Nebraska City storms. These are all wind right now. That includes areas near Bellevue as well. All predominantly a wind threat. But anything that can become discrete could still produce a tornado threat, but a lot of left-moving storms right now in that area. And we got this one lone storm over east of Plattsburgh in Missouri, which is interesting. All right, let's go back to here. Here's the latest scan. We'll have another one in a second. And that rotation's about to be moving right into Beamer, Nebraska. And again, if you are in Beamer, Nebraska, if you know any friends or family in Beamer, give them a call or text and make sure that they're in their safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as this could still be on the ground or it could be on the ground at any time. It is radar indicated as of right now, moving northeast. Let me see what we got here on Twitter, see if we have any other reports. Also, the Madison tornado warning, that one has been canceled entirely. I was about to say, I didn't really see much there. It's been canceled, though, entirely for the time being. Mostly a wind threat going towards Stanton. I'll have another velocity scan in a second. Further reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. Make sure to like the stream as well. Bellevue, Nebraska. Yeah, stay safe if you're in Bellevue. Should be mostly wind. Just stay away from windows and you'll be alright. And on the lowest floor possible if you live near trees. I turn on the smoothing feature. This is what the storm looks like with it a bit smoother on Radar Omega. Kind of see that inflow a little bit better as well. I want to kind of show that radar imagery a little bit there near Beamer. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, to me, I feel like a lot of what we've been seeing for the last, like, 10 minutes has been more contamination-based. But if we do have a tornado again, it would be back over here near Bismarck. We just have a lot of gray space here between the reds and greens, which usually indicates broad circulation. We have a lot of that right now near Beamer. And then the storms that are back over going towards Walt Hill right now, those ones, we have like 3 areas of very broad and weak circulation. None of those look imminent, but they could drop a brief tornado at any time. The one near Emerson also, that one weakened on the latest scan. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Stanton. That's going to be for damaging winds up to 60. So stay away from windows if you're in that warning. The SPC just released a new outlook for tonight. We'll see what the changes are. By the looks of it, there's no major changes to the overall categorical outlook, if you will. No, like, enhanced risk or anything like that. But we'll see what the if they change any of the probabilities. Will I be covering Iowa tonight? As long as it stays concerning enough, we'll be live. We could be live for a while, we'll see. We will have to wait and see. Alright, here's the latest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center for tonight. So here's the outlook from earlier. I need to zoom into this. Here's a zoomed in view. Let's get these both lined up here. Alright, so here are the changes. This is the one from earlier today. This is the new one. They have expanded the slight risk a little bit to the east. It now includes areas around Des Moines, a little bit further. Main concern is still going to be significant damaging winds in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Montana. We've barely talked about that area, by the way. Damaging wind threat will continue as well across parts of Iowa, Missouri, and Nebraska. The tornado risk overall, I believe it's still pretty much the same. They actually did expand the 5% tornado risk into parts of northwestern Missouri. So a small expansion down here of that 5% tornado risk. And also back over in the northern mode of weather, this area was condensed. So that 2% tornado risk, a little bit further to the north, no longer includes most of South Dakota. So those are the major changes, at least, to the latest SPC outlook for tonight. And while we wait for them to come back, we'll just go to this screen. Storm Media is out of signal for the time being. Oh my goodness. All right. So again, we got 3 tornado warnings right now in northeast Nebraska. All these as of right now are radar indicated. We got the one south of Winsner, which is debatably probably the most concerning one out of all 3 of them, as it is still discrete. The other 2 are still at this time radar, or all 3 of them are radar indicated. The other 2 still mostly just spin up tornadoes there, moving to the east and northeast. Thank you, thank you. I'll have another velocity scan in a second. It is starting to get pretty close to the tornado warning for Cumming County, Nebraska. I believe it's this one. Just got upgraded to golf ball sized hail. And yeah, that's going to be this one. So we have a golf ball sized hail core right now, right over Beamer. On the north side of Beamer. So this just got upgraded to golf ball sized hail. But yeah, we'll have another velocity scan in a second. I don't know what I was saying before. Oh yeah, it is turning to night right now, so overall the views that we're gonna have of storms when it comes to storm chasers and stuff are gonna become a lot more, you know, difficult to see because of it being nighttime. So just keep that in mind. As we go into nighttime, the sun's gonna be setting, obviously, here in the next half an hour to an hour. So things will become a little bit harder to see out there, especially with how high these storms are up into the atmosphere. If we look at the cloud tops right now, these are the echo tops. These storms are towering upwards of 50 to 60,000 feet into the atmosphere. So these are tall thunderstorms. So as long as they stay that tall, the sun's not going to really get through those storm clouds very easily. Again, our strongest area of rotation does continue to stay on the storm that's over Beamer right now. So again, if you are in Beamer, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. The tornado warning for those in Dakota County in Dixon County has just been updated. It is still radar indicated. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. It is a bit more condensed than before. Includes Emerson, Hubbard, and south of Waterbury. Thank you, by the way, Clarica, for the $22 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Ken, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Alright, we have a new scan coming in right now. We'll see what the velocities look like. See if there's anything else for reports on Twitter as well, as we wait for a new scan. Here's the latest scan. Now let's see what the velocities look like. So again, I still think right now the one near Beamer is more of a wind threat right now. We could still get a tornado with this, but I think right now it's more of a wind concern as this continues to move through Beamer. It's eventually going to go towards Bancroft and Lyons, but we just had a massive storm merger here, so we'll see. Temporarily, it looks more like a wind threat. I'm not seeing any new recent reports, though, of any confirmed tornado or anything like that. Also, this is the latest mesoscale discussion. This is going to include parts of Iowa and as well as northeastern Nebraska. The tornado threat will continue through dusk. So basically, this will continue through now all the way through past sunset. So this is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center as of a minute ago. For Sioux City, Ottawa, Tecuma, Norfolk, Wayne, all those areas under this new mesoscale discussion where the greatest tornado threat really is going to be here for the next hour or two in Nebraska. Notice that does not include Omaha, and that's because we have storms already going through there. These are mostly wind producers right now. We could end up getting, again, a QLCS tornado threat out of this down the road. I would not rule that out at this point. This is the live radar Omega cyclone port back over in northwestern Missouri, and you can actually see the overshooting cloud tops. And you can watch live cameras across the United States like this one with radar Omega, with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That one's back over south of St. Joseph. So as that line of storms gets a bit closer, we might have a more interesting view of that activity. So something to watch for there. The tornado warning that included Winnebago was canceled entirely. So that is no longer a tornado warned cell. Walt Hill and Winnebago included in that warning. That is now severe for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still have a little broad area of circulation here. They haven't been putting tornado possible labels on these storms at all today, so just kind of for reference, there's still a chance we could get a tornado on that as it moves east. Starting to rain in Sioux City. Thank you for the report. By the way, the Clerica's super chat have a message. I see people responding to it. I don't see anything, so I'm not sure if there was a message there. Thank you, Kaya, for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Missouri's doing good right now. It is doing good right now. Yeah, we only have that one storm that's been going actually for a while north of Lawson. We got this like little baby storm out here. Not really popping off really much at all, going towards Cameron. I didn't really think this one will get going. I mean, it could end up producing a tornado down the road if it, you know, became stronger, but I just don't see that happening. It's really far out in front of this line. But a cell like this that's out in front of the line would have a pretty solid chance at intensifying and producing a threat for a tornado. So maybe something to watch for down the road as we go past sunset. The temperature will start to decrease. The dew point also will start to kind of increase or kind of stay around where it is. That could maybe lead to that storm blowing up a bit more. So we'll see. Storm Chaser video cut out. Let me go back to this. How's it going, Harper? Welcome back. Thank you, Jeff, for the $5 super chat. Sioux City is currently not in a tornado warning. It's only just southwest of Sioux City. Tornado's trying to drop on that southern tornado warning. This one's been rotating for quite a while. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we got one with this, with how strong the rotation's been. And this currently is on track to go towards Bancroft. It's near Beamer right now. So again, if you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. There's reportedly been a funnel cloud with this storm. It's at least the report as of right now. And it's moving northeast. Website to send photos. You can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You can also message me on Facebook, which is also linked in the description. It's also at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you, Ori, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Matt, for the 5 gifted members. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Matt in the chat. And again, both of these storms that are currently tornado warned are radar indicated. There's nothing confirmed as of right now. Debatably, this is going to be the storm that is closest to producing a potential for a tornado. Would be this one near Beamer. So, as of right now, I would say that this storm has the best chance at producing a potential for a tornado. Again, this is right now moving east-northeast, going towards Bancroft. And Rosalie will also be on the track of this eventually as well. Does look like our strongest area of rotation will be on the east side of Beamer now. And again, going directly towards Bancroft, Nebraska. What is an anticyclonic tornado? That's when a tornado spins clockwise, which most tornadoes don't do that. By the way, the northern tornado warning was canceled, so the only tornado warning that we have right now is this one here near Beamer in West Point. So at this point, this is our literally, this is our only tornado warning as of right now. Thank you, Marcus, for the $19.99. Appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. Can you comment on Omaha? Right now, Omaha is mostly wind. That's about it right now. I don't think we're going to get any sort of tornado threat after this storm activity clears. Unless this activity pushes down your direction, which it might. It might reach Omaha later. I think it'll be mostly a wind threat. If we go to the HRRR model, the latest run, this is what it shows here over the next few hours. It does show those storms near Omaha continuing to push east in a linear fashion. And the main concern out of that activity would be damaging winds. Perhaps an isolated tornado or two as well. It shows this storm activity moving mostly east as well. But even then, I mean, like, it could go further southeast than what the HRRR model is showing. The greatest concern, though, would go all the way through about 11 or 12 o'clock tonight. After midnight, I think the severe weather threat really dies down. But I currently think the greatest tornado threat is really going to be within the next, you know, probably a couple of hours. I think the tornado threat will probably die down more after 10. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for West Point, Oakland, Lyons. They might end up canceling this tornado warning too. We'll see. Again, the rotation has not looked super impressive on radar. There is still some circulation east of Beamer. It does appear more outflow driven though. But if you're in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place until that warning is officially dropped, which as of right now, it's not. It still goes for 18 more minutes. That's all the way up until 8:15 p.m. Central Time. Midwest, I don't even know what that means. Can you Friday at the end? I don't know what that means. Oh, yes, if you do, Midwest, yes. You have to put that in the description, though. This tornado warning was just updated. It is still ongoing. It does include areas just to the east of Beamer near Bancroft. Cumming County, Nebraska, again, is where this warning still is. Broad area of circulation right now, moving to the east, northeast, and northeast, going towards Bancroft. It is still radar indicated. The hail threat was downgraded to quarter-sized hail on this storm. You're good, Midwest. You're good. Anyone live by Bancroft? I have no clue. Let me check the warning details here. This storm does look pretty mean. It's definitely a hail and wind threat with this. This is the warning, by the way. So, again, it's basically... Bancroft isn't really actually included. It's just like the southwest side of it. And the east side of Beamer. So it's anywhere in between those two locations, basically. But this storm is definitely pretty mean looking. No doubt about that. But I think it's mostly a wind and hail threat. The rotation on radar is a bit weaker than before. And the storm that's south of Stanton has also become pretty outflow dominant. It's mostly a wind threat right now moving southeast. So really the most concerning activity is this right here when it comes to a tornado risk. Especially the storm near West Point. Also, a new mesoscale discussion for North Dakota. Severe threat with damaging winds, large hail, and a tornado or two will be possible. They might issue a tornado watch for that, but I think it'll be probably a severe thunderstorm watch for those in North Dakota. Maybe I'll just read the messaging here. It did mention a watch will be needed to address this threat. Again, that could be a tornado watch. I would probably lean towards that being a severe watch, but... we'll have to wait and see. So, that threat hasn't even really begun yet. Saw the Disney live stream? Yeah, the last time we were live here on the channel, we were doing severe weather coverage from Disney. Unless you remember, we had a members-only stream yesterday, but, yeah. Crazy stuff. We're back in the weather studio, though. This is our first live stream back in the weather studio in over, about 2 weeks, I think. It's been a long time. Glad to be back. We're back in action. We're back in the swing of things. And it looks like we'll be live probably at least 1 or 2 more times this week. We'll still be live for the next few hours here, but looks like we'll be live plenty of times over the next little while. All right, we do have some live shots. I'm trying to figure out where we are here. We're near West Point. Where is that on the map here? We have a live, not live camera, but like a picturesque camera in West Point. I'm gonna see if we can see anything here. I didn't realize we had one in West Point. This storm that's over near Madison, it will probably hit the Wisner area again, but it's more going to be a wind concern. It wouldn't be as concerning when it comes to the tornado threat at this point. The storm that it still has a potential for a tornado is this one north of West Point. This would be the most concerning one in that regard. But I think everything else is mostly a wind threat at this time. I am just trying to get one of these things to load. Nothing's loading right now, which is kind of annoying. See if we can get this one here. Nope, nothing there. The live camera that's in West Point has gone out, so I think power might be going out in West Point, which this is West Point right here, so it's just south of Beamer. Looks like the power at least over there is going out, and then this right here would be where the rotation is, which is still pretty broad. This tornado warning goes for 13 more minutes. Damaging winds definitely a big concern here across this area near West Point, Nebraska. Tornado warning does continue for a little bit longer unless they end up canceling it. Time being, it is still ongoing. We are up to 18 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, so we are increasing pretty quickly in that regard. And our main concern right now is across multiple states, anywhere from South Dakota and even into southwestern Minnesota, back into Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, and parts of Missouri. We do have a new threat developing, though, across parts of Montana, where there was actually an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust back over in Montana. That is actually a destructive storm near Wolf Point. So they have actually upgraded this warning to a destructive 80-mile-per-hour damaging windstorm right now near Wolf Point. And we could end up getting a tornado out of that as that moves east. And we also have more storms now firing up across parts of North and South Dakota. These storms are predominantly wind and hail, but a tornado threat definitely in play. Let's go back to Nebraska again. This is kind of crazy. This is in Riverton, Iowa now. This is Stormrunner Media.
Really
that is in Riverton, Iowa. Really ominous skies there. Very, very ominous. Oh, look at that. I'll be back in 60 seconds, taking a quick little break.
We can't take Farm Road.
As long as it's not like private road.
Gun. Why? Red flag alert for Prescott. Yes, I did see that this morning.
All right, we're back.
Almost caught. Almost caught it.
Why are the clouds so dark? Well, you have the mix of the sun setting, and you also have the fact of the matter of it being a very tall thunderstorm. So there's two things. The sun sets not too long from now. I mean, it's going to be within the next, I think, hour or so in Iowa. I don't know when Iowa's sunset is, but I think it's near 9 o'clock or so. Maybe a bit sooner. So, like, it's not far from now. At all. Do have a new tornado watch. That is going to be back over in North Dakota. So they actually did issue a tornado watch. I thought it might just be a normal severe thunderstorm watch. So new tornado watch for North Dakota. That includes Dickinson, Balua, Bismarck, Minot, and as well as Williston in North Dakota, where a couple of tornadoes will be possible. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter is possible, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour is likely. So that is the latest from North Dakota. Goes until 2 a.m. Central Time. This tornado warning does go for 9 more minutes. They might cancel it. The rotation's much broader, but continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning for the next 9 minutes. Again, just to the southwest right now of Bancroft is where this warning is. So, again, just currently to the south of Bancroft for this particular warning. All right. Also, thank you to Heather for the $40 Venmo. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Heather, for being very kind. Put smarts in the chat for Heather. Do appreciate the very generous $40 Venmo. Thank you, Girl, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Jeff, for the $1.99. Does the HRRR show anything for Topeka, Kansas tonight? I think you're done in Topeka. The main concern is already kind of shifted out of your area at this point. At least for now, I mean, all the storms for the most part have moved out of your area. You could get some like small storms like that could produce some small hail or gusty winds, but just nothing concerning. I mean, the biggest concern is right now this line of storms that's developed that is currently moving into Iowa, and then anything that's back over, obviously, in northeastern Nebraska right now is probably the most concerning area. This activity that's going towards Macedonia is mostly wind, but we could end up seeing an isolated tornado threat developing out of this activity. That kind of remains to be seen, though. We haven't had any sort of really scares yet, I would say, out of that line, because it's mostly just left-hand moving storms, or left-moving storms. If any go more right, we could see a tornado threat, but otherwise, just QLCS tornadoes in here, mostly brief and weak spin-ups, would be really the main concern as this moves into Iowa. Look at this, by the way. This is on Storm Intermediate's feed. They're on that storm that's near Riverton, Iowa. Let me go to that on radar. That's the view of it right there. They're near Shenandoah, which there's maybe some broad circulation near Essex. Wind's picking up there.
It's definitely both.
Something there. Very ominous, though. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. Sorry. Thank you, Shelly, for becoming a Velocity member as well. It is very, very dark there. Very strong winds as well. This is where damaging winds upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour is happening. See that wind really gusting there.
The wind.
Look at that. Very strong winds here near Shenandoah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
In Iowa.
What?
Not the strongest winds you've ever seen, but definitely strong. Definitely picking up there.
Is there water coming in?
A little bit. Misty, but
That was probably a shelf cloud in Shenandoah, Robbie. Not a wall cloud. It was probably a shelf cloud. I kind of doubt it was a wall cloud. Just see how strong that wind is. It is definitely strong. No doubt about that. Also, the tornado warning has now officially been canceled in Nebraska. Yeah, this again in Shenandoah, Iowa, where Storm Intermediate is. Very windy, and again, this is what you can expect if you're anywhere basically in Iowa, or at least in southwestern Iowa. This is what you can expect. Pretty strong winds, so make sure you're protecting, you know, any loose line items outside, trampolines, all that sort of stuff. You have a medium risk for flying trampolines today, so make sure that you're hatching down trampolines. It is definitely pretty windy out there across those parts of Iowa. And for the first time, I think, this entire live stream, we have a blue light on behind us. You know what that means? There are no tornado warnings right now. That is crazy. We had almost 3.5 hours of straight up tornado warnings here in Nebraska. Not saying it's done, but that's the first time that we've had no tornado warnings. It's miraculous. Any bats? We have to wait about 30 minutes for bats. As a friendly reminder, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of storms, just like the ones that are happening right now in Nebraska or Iowa, or even the storms that are happening up in the Dakotas, you can download Radar Omega. You can actually see stuff in Canada too, and as well as in Europe. If you want to download this, it's on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. It comes with tons of features, including lots of customizability, live radar feed, and as well as the live cameras that are both the storm chasers and the live cameras on their app. That is going to be the top link in the description below. It's only $8.99 to download it. Comes with all those features that I just mentioned. In addition to that, you can get subscriptions and get things like satellite imagery and as well as computer models. So you can get an hour-by-hour look with different computer models in the app as well, and as well as satellite imagery and a lot of other cool features. They also just recently added the radar sweep option, which has the radar sweep around the map, which I actually don't think I've had it on. Never mind. So I say I kind of forget sometimes. Like I kind of just like, you know, I don't know how to explain it, but anyways, Radar Sweep is also in the app. That's an additional add-on that you can get as well. Again, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Also, today's live stream is also brought to you by ESP Shelter. You can get an ESP Storm Shelter today to protect you and your family from tornadoes. They withhold very strong tornadoes. You can get an above-ground storm shelter from them. These are really easy to install. They're also cheap to install as well. So installation is a really big benefit here. You don't have to pay a whole lot to install it. Lots of great benefits as listed on the screen. If you want to get a storm shelter just like this one, you can go to the second to top link in the description below or look up espshelter.com. And you can pick yourself up a storm shelter. They are affordable and they are also easy to install. And again, they are very safe. They withhold very strong tornadoes. It's not over, by the way. We're not done the tornado threat. There's definitely still going to be a threat for tornadoes here, even though we have no tornado warnings. We have 23 severe thunderstorm warnings, which is crazy. We might get close to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings with the activity that's currently happening back over in North Dakota right now. So definitely keep that in mind there. The storm that's in this storm right here was just upgraded. So the one in Cumming County, Thurston County, and Burt County in Nebraska just upgraded to golf ball sized hail. So that storm just received an upgrade. Still looking at mostly wind up to 60 miles per hour up and down this line anywhere in western Iowa right now. And then again, we're still watching for mostly a cluster of storms moving towards Omaha here in a little while. That depends if it makes it, but this area of storms southeast of Woodland Park would be on track for Omaha down the road. So keep that in mind if you're back over that direction. Go back to storm intermediate here for the time being. Any update on the tropics? I did talk about it in today's video, so make sure to check that out. Otherwise, we'll have another update tomorrow morning. Probably.
Possible?
Yep.
So pretty much right as we would.
Probably tomorrow morning. Don't know exactly when.
Yeah, very much still has got a nice little golf course over there. We're glad you guys like being a member on the channel.
We'll go back to radar here. How's it going, Michael? Welcome back. Thank you, by the way, Marcus, for picking up a Max Hydration tumbler and a Drunk NATO t-shirt. I do appreciate it. By the way, we do have new merch at shopmaxvelocity.net as well. Just want to plug that real quick. If you want to check that out, the link's also in the description. And a lot more as well, which I just cut out. I am back. I don't know how long I was gone, but I think I cut out. I'm back, though. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but we are back. But I was mentioning before, we do have new merch drops at shopmaxvelocity.net. We have a new wine tumbler for Drunk NATO, and as well as a new wine tumbler for the Max Velocity logo and stuff. The link's in the chat. It's also in the description down below. Highlight of my trip? I honestly have no clue. I just kind of enjoyed relaxing. Basically the entire time. The entire trip was nice. I didn't really have a specific highlight, though. All right, we'll stay here for now. If you guys have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. And if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. I think the other storm's going to hit Omaha. It's really hard to tell. I do feel like this will probably hit Omaha down the road. If it does, it'll be mostly a wind threat. It is on track to go in that direction. So if you're in Omaha, you're really not done yet. I would say that this storm is really going to be the one to watch for. Aside from that, I don't think we're going to have redevelopment in here. I don't think anything's going to happen there. I think this would be the one thing to watch for if you're in Omaha at this point. If I stay in the park, we stayed at Animal Kingdom Lodge. Stephanie, I haven't actually talked to Freddy yet, but I might talk to him. I'll see if we can do something together. And it costs money to have storm chasers and license them and all that sort of stuff. It's not something I can just do for free. So, like, there has to be talks about that stuff. So, I'll look into it. I haven't personally talked to Freddy before, but we'll look into it. You're wrong about your Mavs tweet. They're not playing tonight, right? They're playing 2 days. I'm right. Do I cover forest fires? Not usually. We don't usually do live streams for anything besides hurricanes, blizzards, winter storms, severe weather, obviously. Hurricanes, tropical storms sometimes, depending on what it is. How much does it cost to go on a chasing tour? Do you look like I know? Like, I have no clue at all. I'm not in that, like, realm. I'm pretty sure it's expensive, though. I don't think it's, like, cheap by any means. I think it costs a pretty penny to go on one of those chasing tours. I've never been on one, personally. But I can get a ride along with Reed Timmer at some point in the future. So I don't want to have to actually pay for one of those things. Or maybe another storm chaser. On ward rotation in North Dakota. Well, in this storm here. This one storm has been rotating. Actually, wow, look at that. That actually really intensified. Jeez. Over the last couple scans, that really intensified. Near Highway 8. That might produce a tornado. It's a very rural area east of New England in North Dakota, but that is definitely very strong rotation. Hey, Boris for the $4.99. Do you think the storms could redevelop in Sioux City? Really, what you're going to see is anything that's coming towards you right now. It's just going to be the damaging wind threat. There's not going to be a whole lot of redevelopment, per se, in that area. We could have a tornado on the ground here, for the record. Southeast of LaFour in North Dakota, near Highway 8. I don't remember the last time we covered North Dakota, but I think it's been about 2 years since I've covered North Dakota. Like, legitimately. And this one could be on the ground. It's not warned right now. There is a tornado possible label on it, but that rotation, I would think, warrants a tornado warning. Again, there's a tornado watch here that goes all the way up until 2 a.m. tonight. I'll go back to here for now. $2,300 plus for a storm chaser tour? That's actually insane. That is legitimately insane. Why are some parts of Kansas still in a watch? They probably just haven't canceled it yet, but they'll probably end up canceling it down the road. Just depends on how things go there. I think most of the storms, though, have kind of moved out of that area. Do you think weatherman watch your stream? I know meteorologists that have watched my stream. I mean, Dr. Greg Postel from the Weather Channel is one of them that did at one point. I don't know of everyone, but I know of there's at least a decent amount of meteorologists that do watch these streams. I'm pretty sure the National Weather Service has it on sometimes too, but I'm not 100% sure about that at all. It's only been rumored. I really don't know much beyond that, though. I just know that there have definitely been at least some meteorologists that I've watched. Do you have a tornado possible label on the storm south of Sioux City? They just issued a new warning here. So south of Sioux City, south of Sergeant Bluff, near Sloan and Hornick, south of Brunson. New tornado possible label here. Near Salix and Climbing Hill. So a little bit of broad circulation there. They haven't put any tornado possible labels in Iowa today, or in Nebraska, I mean, today. So, but a lot of these have been rotating. It's actually a little bit of broad circulation embedded in the rain, southwest of Beamer. And we have a new tornado warning in Montana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we have a new tornado warning over in Montana. We'll hop over to that. That's a confirmed tornado. Okay. Well, confirmed tornado now in Montana.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is an observed tornado in Montana. This is northeast of Wolf Point, near Poplar, west of Brockton. Law enforcement confirmed a funnel cloud at 7:22, so I don't know if this is an actual confirmed tornado. This is as of 1 minute ago, by the way, so this isn't, we're in mountain time now. Well, this is a funnel cloud and reportedly a possible tornado moving northeast. Presumably going to be in here. So if you're in Poplar or near Highway 251, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. Can't really say we've ever really covered a tornado on the ground in Montana before. That might be the first.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning now, southeast of Dickinson. This is the other one that we were talking about before. That rotation's weaker than the last few scans, but there's still some broad circulation. If you are in this pink polygon, south of Interstate 94, south of Richardston, and south of Hebron, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So, yeah, that's something. This says observed. Is it actually like a confirmed? It says damaging tornado, so it is confirmed as a tornado here. And that tornado would presumably be back east of Highway 13 right there. It's at least what we're talking about here. Here's the latest scan. So again, this is on the ground right now. Moving to the north. The National Weather Service tornado page is not updating, unfortunately. I was going to see what the population is in these warnings. I was just kind of curious. This storm, even if it's not producing a tornado, is still producing destructive, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Why is there a pic of the train? It's not a picture, it's a video. Just a virtual rail fan. I set those up before the stream, and they're not even close to any storms, and we don't really have any other cameras. I mean, we got Storm Intermedia still going here. They're just kind of parked off the side of the road right now. They're over in Iowa, so I'm not sure what they're going to be doing. Observe train on the ground, and that's pretty much what that is right there. All right, that rotation in North Dakota, pretty broad as of right now. It was stronger before that warning got issued. And if we still have a tornado on the ground, it'd be that right there east of Highway 13, moving northeast. If you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. I'm going to see if we have any other cameras. I don't know if we really do. I'll check. Premiere, they do. But I still would recommend a membership over a super chat. Honestly. We'll have another radar scan there in a second. Oh, we do have storms in Texas. We actually got some storms near Lubbock right now that are blowing up. This threat has begun. We also have storms over in Oklahoma. We got storms that are severe in multiple states. Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado, Missouri, Iowa, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, Montana. That's 10 states right now that we have warnings in right now. And we have 25 total warnings. That is pretty crazy to think about. We do have some broad circulation near Sloan. So there's a little bit of rotation there. That's, again, not a tornado warning, but there is at least a tornado possible label on that right now. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving throughout eastern Montana. So if you're in these areas, continue to stay in your safe place. Trees could definitely be a hazard from falling down from high winds, as the storm does continue, or this storm activity, really a line, continues to move east. Anything significant in the last hour? I wouldn't say there's anything super significant, but we've had a few warnings and whatnot that have been tornadic. It's just nothing really confirmed, aside from that one that's back over Montana. That's reportedly been confirmed. I mean, it says funnel cloud on the warning, but everything right now that we have in Iowa is mostly wind, and then the storm activity in northeastern Nebraska, that is also mostly a wind threat as of right now. Another warning now in South Dakota as well. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. If there's still a tornado on the ground here, it's probably gonna be right there or back up near Highway 13. And the report was approximately 8 minutes ago now. So it's been a little while since that report came through. But that was 11 miles to the northeast of Wolf Point. So it's presumably going to be that. But we also have rotation back over here just west of Highway 13. So we got two different areas of rotation in Montana right now. All right, we're back down to 19 severe thunderstorm warnings, so a little drop off in the activity there. No problem, Troy. Here's the latest scan. Oops. Here's the latest scan here. So still two areas of rotation north of Poplar in Montana. We have a tornado on the ground. Again, it could be in either two areas. We could even have two tornadoes on the ground with this activity in Montana. So again, continue to stay in your safe place. There is a large area of a CC drop, which is indicating just large hail there. That's not a tornado, that's just large hail. So predominantly a hail threat right now moving east and northeast. Upwards of quarter-sized hail is what it's warned for, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it was a little bit larger. Poplar, like the tree. There's a tree called Poplar. Guess you learn something new every day. Because I would have had no clue. This is why we play Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader on those members only streams. Poplar? Oh, that makes more sense. I'll go back down to Missouri in a second. 1 second. Check the storms down here real quick. Nothing really in Kansas anymore. Again, I think Kansas is mostly done with severe weather. Not really seeing a whole lot right now in northwestern Missouri, mostly just a wind threat going through those areas. This is the live radar Omega cyclone port that is back over just to the north of Kansas City, and again, just high clouds right now, nothing really beyond that. I've had some overshooting cloud tops here, so just a very ominous area, or not really ominous, but just very, you know, cloudy and overcast across this part of Kansas, just north of Kansas City. But the main storm activity will be staying north of Kansas City. Maryville going to get some damaging winds up to 60. We got damaging winds moving now across southwestern Iowa, mostly just up to 60 miles per hour. Maybe an isolated tornado. We do have some broad circulation near Shelby, actually. So a little bit of rotation here near Shelby in Iowa. That could actually end up getting tornado warning down the road if it does intensify a little bit further. So something to watch for. That rotation would be on track for Tennant, Portsmouth, and Westphalia and Harlan in Iowa. So stay weather aware if you're in those areas. Otherwise, just some broad circulation across Nebraska right now, moving into western Iowa. Nothing that, again, looks super concerning or imminent. Again, mostly looks like a wind threat to me. On the latest scan, I'm not seeing as much of a tornado threat here. It does appear to be more of a wind threat right now, moving towards Highway 251. We still have the tornado warning again in North Dakota, but it does not look that concerning, at least compared to before. But still stay in your safe place if you're in that warning, just in case something happens there. In case the tornado does try to drop. The highest temperature in the United States today was at Blythe, California at 116 degrees. The coldest temperature was 28 degrees in Crater Lake, Oregon. That is a crazy fact today. We're in North Dakota. Right now, it's going to be southwest of Glen Ullin. That's where this warning currently is. You know what's crazy is those highs and the highest temperature and the lowest temperature in the United States were literally side-by-side states, which is pretty crazy. What?
A new tornado warning has
We
been
have a tornado
issued.
warning in Oklahoma. This is east of Beaver. And that rotation's strong. If you're in this warning in Oklahoma, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is actually really strong rotation. And that is anticyclonic rotation too, if it wasn't any weirder. So if you are near Knowles or Gate in Oklahoma, east of Beaver in the Oklahoma Panhandle, you need to seek shelter and get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. What in the mid-June are we looking at here? Like, what? This just kind of came out of nowhere. And Oklahoma, out of all states today, was not a place that I really expected a tornado to be in. Or at least a tornado warning to be in. So again, if you're currently east of Beaver in Oklahoma, seek shelter. We also got tennis ball-sized hail falling with this storm. So significant hail is also falling with this particular storm. And again, this storm right now is tracking more to the east with an anticyclonic area of rotation, which means it is spinning clockwise. Which, again, this could be on the ground with how strong that rotation is. That could very easily be on the ground. Is anybody chasing down here in Oklahoma today? We could have a very photogenic tornado here if this is on the ground. So I don't know if anybody's even out there. It's possibly one of the most random tornado warnings I've seen in this sort of setup today. Yeah, I don't know anybody that's live in this area, but wow. Yeah, if this is on the ground, it's probably pretty photogenic. The tornado warning in North Dakota, still radar indicated for Stark in the Hettinger County area. This is clockwise. Yeah, again, if this is on the ground, it's a clockwise tornado. It is spinning, you know, clockwise. It's a anticyclonic tornado. So, yeah, if it is on the ground, only 2% of tornadoes go that direction. So this would be definitely pretty rare. We do have a new radar scan that should be coming in here in a moment. See what the velocities show. They haven't updated yet. And here's the latest scan. Broader circulation on the latest scan. We may have had a brief touchdown, though, of an anticyclonic tornado there. Again, in the Oklahoma Panhandle, out of all places. It's probably the most random tornado warning that we've had tonight. And all the storms right now in Iowa, mostly just wind producers. We do have some storms firing up in northwest Iowa. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port in northwestern Iowa. Back over in... I don't know where this is. Where is this? This is in Spirit Lake. I'm not sure if this camera isn't up... Or it is updated. Never mind. It is raining there. So it's raining out there. It's storming. Look at the bottom right of your screen right now. There are people out there at the bar. And I believe there's lightning in the area, so that's a little bit unsafe. There's a little thunderstorm happening up here in northwestern Iowa. Not severe, but there is some lightning. That's near Spirit Lake. There are storms everywhere. There are literally storms everywhere right now. And the tornado warning still continues here in Montana. Again, it says observed. I don't think this is actually on the ground. There was a report of a funnel cloud, but that's not a tornado. So that's over near the Poplar area. And it has just been updated. It is still observed. Is this on the ground? It was just updated. I'm not sure what the new wording will say. We'll see. It still says observed on my end. This one in Montana. Let's see what the wording is. This is a law enforcement confirmed tornado, so we still have a confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is a confirmed tornado on Montana. 13 miles to the north of Poplar or Poplar. Let's go 13 miles north here. So it's going to be back over in this rain-wrapped area, somewhere up in there. Law enforcement confirming that tornado. Probably going to be that right there. So that. Moving towards Highway 251. So again, if you're in this tornado warning in Montana, make sure that you're seeking shelter. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And again, this is moving towards Highway 251 right now. Yeah, this is observed as of right now. So that is an observed tornado by law enforcement. Back to the Oklahoma tornado warning. Latest scan still showing some broad circulation. So again, this is over east of Beaver, Oklahoma. Kind of shocking, I know. This is another storm that's trying to produce a tornado. Northwest of Woodward, as we speak. Back to the confirmed tornado here in Montana. And this is a confirmed tornado in Montana, north of Poplar, north of Brockton, north of Highway 2. And seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. As this is currently moving to the east-northeast as we speak. By the way, the National Weather Service Twitter page for tornadoes is not updating. If you want to retweet the tornado warnings, we are tweeting them on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Or just look at them or whatever. Put a tornado watch in North Dakota. Yeah, they put a tornado watch for North Dakota. This goes until, I believe, 2 a.m. Central Time. And again, our timestamp at the top left is in Central Time. So Montana, we are looking at Montana right now. This is in Mountain Time. So subtract an hour from whatever I'm saying, basically. Unless I specify the time zone. The Storm Runner, or Storm Chaser, it's Storm Runner Media. They do have a YouTube channel. The link's in the description. We have links to basically everything in the description. You're supposed to be on vacation? I got back yesterday. I'm not on vacation anymore. Yeah, whenever I'm not live, you can feel free to watch Storm Runner Media or Connor Croft or whoever it is. All those links are in the description. Bats are out. Yeah, we'll look at the bats here in a little bit. Waiting for the radar to update here. And this confirmed tornado by law enforcement in between Highway 13 and 251. There are only so many roads here, so I'm not sure if this is like a distant observation or something like that. I'm gonna see if we have any photos or videos of it. Again, if there is a tornado, it's gonna be right there. It's directly north of Poplar in Montana. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right now. Let's go back to North Dakota. Still got a tornado warning here in North Dakota. That is going to be southeast of Dickinson. South of Richardson as well, and south of Hebron. This storm in particular, not really rotating as much as before. That warning might be led to expire. But if you are in the pink polygon near Highway 8, continue to stay in your safe place south of Interstate 94. And then our other tornado warning in Oklahoma is east of Beaver. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Yes, we still do have some rotation south of Knowles and southwest of Gate. And again, this is in northwestern Oklahoma in the Panhandle. That's where we're currently at. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we are on Twitter and Facebook posting frequent updates of severe weather. You can follow us on those platforms with the link in the description at MaxVelocityWX on both platforms. We are actually approaching 10,000 followers on Facebook, so make sure to follow us there. I think we're like 50 away or something, so make sure to follow us on there at MaxVelocityWX. Also, you can join our Discord server, which is also linked in the description. Storm Runner Media currently is in Riverton, Iowa. I believe they're pretty much done for tonight. I don't really 100% know, but I think they are. So you just go back to this screen. You can watch the sunset in Quanah, Texas. They're back over south of Shenandoah. They haven't moved in a while, so I'm pretty sure they're just kind of winding down. We could have a tornado on the ground here, by the way, east of Highway 13. This was the one I believe that was confirmed. Still have something northwest of Brockton, too. Really 3 areas of circulation here moving to the northeast. Still getting some pretty good lightning flashes, though, there. In Iowa. I have Culvers during vacation? I did not. I haven't had Culvers in probably about 3 weeks. I'm not even capping. It's been a long time. It's been 74 years. And 3 different areas of rotation that we're looking at in Montana right now. If you are anywhere in this pink polygon, north of Poplar or north of Brockton, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Checking the South Dakota storm. I think there's a couple of them. That one's mostly wind and hail. This one's also mostly wind and hail. I think these will all be mostly wind and hail here in South Dakota. I don't expect much of a tornado threat. Maybe out of this activity that's going to be crossing into North Dakota, but it's a relatively short-term threat. I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Now, I've got to say, I do have a craving for Culver's, though. Like, I legitimately could go for a cheeseburger right now if it wasn't so late. I would 100% do that. I'll have to do that tomorrow. Father's Day's tomorrow, by the way. Happy Father's Day to everybody that is a father. I did about, I think, 20 cameos for Father's Day. Just insane. So, hopefully everybody has a great Father's Day tomorrow. I don't think we'll be live tomorrow, just for those that are wondering. Tomorrow looks like mostly wind and hail. It's a large area, but it's mostly just wind and hail. We might be live on Monday or Tuesday, though, so stay tuned for that. Happy birthday, Extra. Let's try Culver's in the Midwest. Is it different from Culver's in other places? My first Father's Day tomorrow. That's amazing. Congratulations. Well, the sun just set in Kewanna, Texas. You might have been watching the camera, but that sun just set. Even though it's unrelated to tornadic activity. Just want to throw that out there. Again, the tornado warning that we're looking at in Montana is confirmed as of right now. Again, the tornado, if it's still on the ground, is likely going to be this over here between 251 and 13. There's another circulation there. We got another circulation just to the northwest of Brockton. So 3 different areas, all pretty much wrapped up in rain right now. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this pink polygon. Don't have any live views of this storm. Just keeping it honest, we don't have any live views of that area. Back over southeast of Dickinson, that rotation's been pretty broad for a while. That warning goes for 11 more minutes, so just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. They did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this, so they probably won't issue a new tornado warning after this warning expires, is my guess, but we'll wait and see. If you're south of Glen Ullin, just continue to stay weather aware. There's your new warning. They actually might just cancel the tornado warning entirely here in a moment. Back over in Nebraska, and as well as back over in Iowa, mostly a wind threat. These storms were initially going towards Omaha, but it's actually kind of taken a U-turn to the left here, so those are not probably going to be going towards Omaha anymore. So if you're in Omaha, you might get let off the hook here for tonight when it comes to severe weather. So that's good news. The storms that are in Iowa, mostly wind and hail right now. Not seeing any imminent tornado threat at this point. We had a little circulation going towards Harlan, but that's gone. Northwestern Missouri, mostly just wind at this point. Here's your live radar Omega cyclone port, looking at the very overcast skies in northwestern Missouri. And we also got another radar Omega cyclone port near a severe storm near Spencer. Here's what it looks like outside. It is downpouring, and for whatever reason, these people are all still outside. You can kind of see them on the right side of your screen. There is lightning in the area. This is a bar, for the record. So I don't know what to tell you. This is a better shot of that. I don't know what's happening here, but I guess drink away. I don't know what to tell you. That's something right there. So that's back over here in Spirit Lake in northwest Iowa. I don't know what they're thinking. I couldn't tell you. Maybe there's lightning rods that protect that stuff. But I don't even know. This tornado warning has been condensed. It is still 2-inch sized hail in Oklahoma, southwest of Gate, but the rotation again still on the broad side of things. It was strong initially. It's broadened out quite a bit. And this is once again just to the southwest of Gate. The alcohol should scare away the lightning. Oh my goodness. Yeah, maybe. You never know. Are we having a tornado outbreak? We had a small-scale tornado outbreak in northeastern Nebraska, but aside from that, I don't think we'll have an actual outbreak anywhere else. Knock on wood. Thank you, by the way, Jeff, for picking up a max velocity pullover hoodie. Do appreciate that. Also, thank you, Teresa, for the $10 super chat. Sorry, I missed that. I missed a few of them. Hope you're doing well there in Canada. Maybe Del Toro as well. Happy Father's Day. I'm not a father myself, but happy Father's Day. Yeah, if we still have a tornado on the ground here in Montana, it's going to be one of those two areas. Nothing really clear on radar here. Law enforcement confirmed a tornado back 14 minutes ago, so, you know, it might not be on the ground anymore, but if you're in the warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. Bare minimum, we're watching for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and we could still end up getting maybe a tornado out of this. But the risk is not going to be super high, really, at all with this activity. It's going to be more of a threat once this goes into, like, North Dakota. Of a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ford and Edwards County in Kansas. That is going to be for 2-inch sized hail. Here's the latest scan. We just got another velocity scan. Wait for that to update. This is actually, this is the latest scan. Still broad circulation for the most part in this activity. The tornado warning in North Dakota was just canceled. It's not really surprising. Still have a tornado warning in Oklahoma. Still got the one in Montana. That's basically it right now for what we got out there. We'll go back to the Oklahoma one for the time being. Bats take off. Oh, actually, yeah, the bats took off. Let's go back down there. Yeah, bats have taken off. Not as impressive as what we've seen, but that is the bats taking off there. Southeast of Campwood, another little bat takeoff north of Brackettville. If you're a member, you can use your Bat NATO emoji now. We got a couple of little bat areas taken off here in Texas. We've basically been live every time that we've had some sort of bat takeoff like this, which is pretty funny. Timing-wise, it's kind of crazy. That said, we'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Thank you. Apparently we're on 9. Max, I appreciate the publicity, my guy, but
all right. Yeah, we still have a tornado warning here in Oklahoma. This one's not observed. Southwest of Gate. And then the one that is still observed as of right now is the one back up here in Montana. This expires in 4 minutes, so we'll see if we get a new warning on this in a moment. We've officially hit 4 hours on the live stream today. This is our longest live stream in a little while now. We've had a lot of live streams over the last, like, well, not a lot, but we've had some live streams over the last couple weeks. A lot of them have been on the shorter side of things, honestly. Like, most of them have only been, like, up to 2 or 3 hours long at most. Actually, no, the one in Nebraska that we had, never mind. The one we had on June 7th, about 8 days ago, was almost 6 hours. Never mind. This one's a little bit of a longer stream for this sort of stuff. Anything in DFW? Nothing's happening in DFW. Came for the live stream, stayed for the macaroni and cheese. Macaroni and cheese sounds good. Double no, you can just log in on Radar Omega on your desktop too. How bad's North Dakota gonna get? I think mostly it's gonna be wind and hail, but we could end up getting a couple tornadoes. Anything that stays discreet like this could produce a tornado threat. I'm not as confident though that this is gonna be as significant as what we just saw here in like Nebraska, for example. Nebraska got kind of crazy. I don't think it's gonna be as bad as what we just saw in Nebraska, in my opinion. So that's what I'm thinking, at least. We also have storms that have been firing up back over in like central Kansas. These are mostly wind and hail producers as well. But we've had a few supercells firing up here as well. Iowa will also be mostly wind. We could get an isolated tornado or two, but I think that threat will stay low. If we do get a tornado, it would more than anything come out of this activity that's southeast of Sioux City. So that'll be the main concern. The storms on track for Des Moines right now are all wind. There's really nothing rotating there right now. So I'm not super concerned about that. They have canceled the tornado warning, actually, back over in Montana. So the only tornado warning left right now is the one in Oklahoma. We'll see how much longer that one lasts. It might not be super long. We'll see. So we have one tornado warning remaining. As a friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Keep posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. Thank you, Offbeat Cloud, by the way, for the super chat. Thank you to... Never mind, that was it. Yeah, alright. We're thinking for Des Moines, mostly a wind threat there. What was Stormer moaning about? Then apparently we're live. Appreciate the publicity, Max. Oh, I was going to the bathroom. Whenever I go to the bathroom, they'll be pulled up most of the time, or a storm chaser usually will, unless there's like a PDS warning or something like that. I pull them up all the time when I go to the bathroom, so maybe they just didn't notice until now. I mean, I don't know. They might be watching the stream. Who knows? How's vacation? It was pretty good, pretty relaxing. Wasn't too shabby. It was good to get away. Honestly, I talked about this on my members only stream yesterday. We kind of did that in the fan mail opening. Honestly, it was really a great mental break from weather, which I didn't realize I needed, because like I felt very relaxed for a solid 4 or 5 days over that trip. So it was definitely nice. Not something that you get very often when you're, you know, this active in the weather space and whatnot. I mean, it's been a very active last couple of months, so yeah, it's definitely a good mental break. Now, over that trip, I shot a surprisingly amount of cameos, which are the personalized videos that you do for, like, you know, Father's Day and stuff like that. That has been kind of crazy. So I have to finish up a couple more tonight for Father's Day. I know a lot of people are still waiting on their Father's Day cameos, so I'll try to get to that tonight. But that was still relaxing. I mean, I wasn't like forecasting weather or anything like that during that time frame. That was just, you know, basically saying hey or whatever, doing personalized stuff. So yeah. Downtime needed for sanity sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I felt fine. I don't feel burned out by any means. Some people think like, oh, you must be getting burnt out or something. I'm like, I don't really get burnt. It's not really a burnout from this, honestly. It's more than anything, it's just, you know, taking a break is not a bad thing by any means. It's good to get a break. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is still a tornado warning east of Beaver, Oklahoma for the next about 14 minutes or so, 13 minutes. This warning in particular, again, the rotation's pretty broad. They might end up canceling this warning. It's not as strong as what it was before, so we'll see. Build a cafeteria in your own place. Speaking of cafeterias, I just retweeted this on Twitter. Looks like a slice of pizza at a school pizza party. This is a severe thunderstorm warning update in southwestern Iowa earlier. Or actually, this was a severe thunderstorm warning in general for southwest Iowa. That wasn't actually an update. That was an actual warning that they issued. A little pencil near Hamburg. A little school pizza party slice. Crazy stuff. How's it going, Exploration? Welcome back. Yeah, at least today wasn't as bad as it could have been. I mean, we had a couple, we at least probably had one strong tornado somewhere in there back over in Nebraska, but it could have been worse. I mean, if we didn't see that linear convective setup in southeastern Nebraska earlier, it legitimately could have been an outbreak today. Which is hence why today's severe weather event was mostly a, there goes the tornado warning. So we're done with tornado warnings for now. But that is why today's event in particular was only a 5% tornado risk. It was conditional. And if it did get going in Nebraska, we could have seen a full-fledged outbreak. And we kind of did. We had a small-scale outbreak up here in northeastern Nebraska. We even had a tornado of a brief touchdown over in Tecumseh, Nebraska as well, which was with the southern mode. But if that wasn't linear, we were probably going to see a tornado outbreak today. I kind of thought there might be one. We at least had a small-scale one in northeast Nebraska, but it wasn't as bad as what it could have been. Right, it could have been much worse. So at least it wasn't, you know, horrendous and whatnot. We had a few tornadoes, but most of them were in fields. So at least it didn't hit, you know, any major towns or cities or anything like that. Hopefully, at least. That's hopefully what happened. Further reminder, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you can download Radar Omega on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. Comes with live cameras, radar imagery, velocities, storm reports, tons of cool features. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below for only $8.99 on iOS and Android. It is 100% worth it. It also comes with this handy-dandy tracking tool, so you can track out storms on radar. And again, you can watch all the live cameras in the app. You got live storm chasers and whatnot as well that you can track inside the app and see where they are and what storms they're on as well, and watch them in the app as well. Again, you can check that out. Top link in the description below. Also, today's live stream is brought to you by ESP Shelter. If you need a storm shelter for the rest of this year or even just for the future to keep your family safe, you can check out espshelter.com. It is the second to top link in the description below. You get an above ground storm shelter just like this one. They are very safe and they can withhold upwards of EF5 tornado intensity. So these are extremely safe to keep you and your family safe for the next storm that does try to produce a tornado near your location. You can check this out, espshelter.com. They're also very affordable to set up and install. And I do appreciate ESP Shelter for sponsoring today's live stream as well. All right. Also, thank you again to Jeff for picking up a Max Velocity pullover hoodie. I do appreciate anybody picking up Shop Max Velocity merch. Again, it's a completely new merch store. I mentioned this before, but if you want to pick up anything, we got our Drunk NATO collection with our new pint glass and wine tumbler. This has been one of our most ordered products as well, as of at least recently. So if you want to pick up new Drunk NATO merch, that is on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link will be in the chat and also in the description. We also have a new tumbler, new set of stickers. We also have a new Max Velocity wine tumbler that just came out and a new magnet. You pick these two things up as well on shopmaxvelocity.net. New beanie as well just came out. And our newly designed zip-up hoodie and pullover hoodie are also new to the store. So we have a lot of new additions that we just added recently. And again, that link to shopmaxvelocity.net is in the description, and it'll also be in the chat. Is Oklahoma City all right? Yeah, Oklahoma City's fine. Yeah. The title hasn't changed, but yeah, you guys are good. The only warning that we had there was in northwestern Oklahoma. It's near Beaver, the Panhandle. Hope they feature Max Velocity in the new Twister movie. I don't think that's happening. That would be something, though. I just noticed a cute crochet tornado on the lightning cloud. You didn't notice that before? It's pretty cool. I don't know if I can zoom into it really. Try to full screen my camera real quick. You guys want to see it? Let me actually real quickly. I'll kind of show you guys a few things here. I don't have the right screen for this, but I'll just try to enlarge the camera so you can actually see that. Can't really see it that well, but you can kind of see it back there. Top right. We also got this somebody sent this in the mail. I can't remember the name anymore, but they messaged me. Got Max Velocity, home of the gritty. Somebody sent me this sign as fan mail, which is pretty cool. Might hang that up on the wall too. And also got this sign too. Actually, I should show this whenever we have a tornado warning. Somebody else sent me a Twister card, which is really cool. This is a collector's item. And I also got a keychain that says Drunk NATO. It looks like a song. So somebody else sent that as fan mail as well. You know, crazy stuff. But, yeah. Now I gotta fix this camera. That's not correct. If you want to send me anything by mail, the link is in the description. I'll also post it in the chat if you want to send anything by mail. We do fan mail openings all the time for members only, so if you want to send anything, feel free to send it to the mailing address. The link is going to be in chat. It's also in the description if you're watching on another device. We do fan mail openings on members only streams pretty much once a week right now. As long as we at least get 3 things mailed, we'll do a fan mail opening, so yeah. Thank you, Wild Child, for the $49.99 super chat. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Wild, for the almost $50 super chat. Appreciate your generosity. Really do appreciate the support. Thank you. Put some hearts in the chat for Wild Child with a very generous $49.99. By the way, I do want to mention this really quickly. I mentioned it the last few streams, but if you do want a personalized video from me in terms of a Father's Day gift, so if you want to get your father a personalized video from me, you can check this out on cameo.com/maxvelocitywx. The link will also be in the chat for that. If you want a personalized video, it's also in the description. These are 20% off through tomorrow, so if you want that for Father's Day, if you want it for another special occasion, or if you want a personalized weather forecast for your area for some sort of event, you can also do that on this. Just click the other tab if you want that for like a weather forecast. But again, these are 20% off. If you want a Father's Day gift, you have to do a rush 24-hour delivery because at this point, you know, Father's Day is tomorrow unless you want it to be sent late. So check that out. Again, the link's in the chat. And it's also in the description. That's something I've been trying to let you guys know about. It's kind of a newer thing. We haven't done it before, but we're just kind of getting into that now recently. So, yeah. Those are, again, personalized. They're not like, you know, I kind of do them off script, to be honest. Like, some people kind of think that it's like, you know, some sort of, you know, scripted thing. It's not. It's just, I read your, you know, message, and then I just kind of actually do more off script sort of thing. Do I do hurricane coverages? Yes, I do. We do hurricane coverage. I get a forecast from southern Scotland? You probably could. I don't know how good it would be, but you probably could. Most definitely a possibility. All right. That's awesome, Frostbite. Yeah, if you have any photos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Well, it looks like things are starting to wind down. Severe weather's kind of dying out in Iowa right now, in Nebraska. Same thing with, I mean, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota. This threat will be ongoing for the next several hours. Mostly a hail and wind threat, but a couple of tornadoes will also be possible. So continue to stay weather aware if you're in those areas. But yeah, I mean, aside from that, threat is definitely getting at least a little bit lower overall. This will continue to be a damaging wind and threat, though, all the way through northern North Dakota. So continue to stay weather aware if you're in those areas. Maybe a couple tornadoes, but nothing too far beyond that. I do winter storm updates as well. Yeah, we do everything for the most part. We don't do wildfires or anything like that, but we cover severe weather, hurricanes, tropical storms, winter storms, blizzards, cheese curd-sized hail, all that sort of stuff. And again, I will have a video tomorrow on the tropics. I know a lot of people are asking what's happening there. I will have a video tomorrow kind of telling you what's going on. All right, we're gonna have a full video tomorrow on the heat wave and as well as that. So a couple different topics to talk about tomorrow, and severe weather. I mean, we got 3 big topics tomorrow. So there's gonna be 3 different categories in tomorrow's video. I'll try to do a bit of a different format in tomorrow's video. I want to kind of split it up into 3 different categories, as I just mentioned. We'll probably talk about one thing, then the next thing, and not try to combine it all together. I might try to combine it a little bit, but I kind of want to have it a little bit more split apart. I want to try something different, so we might do that tomorrow. Aside from that, that's going to do it for today's live stream. If we have to go live again, we will, but I think overall the threat is honestly kind of just mostly wind and hail at this point. Could still get a tornado or 2 in North Dakota or even in eastern Montana, but I think the threat is going down quite a bit. As a reminder, we do have Discord, we have Facebook, and we have Twitter. You can go to all those social media platforms with the links in the description. Highly recommend joining our Discord server to stay up to date with our chat and all that, and join our community. Follow me on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. We are currently like, I don't know, 50 followers or something from 10,000. So make sure to subscribe, or follow, I mean, on Facebook if you have not already. In addition to that, if you want to support the page above and beyond, you become a member. It's one of the top links in the description. It's also the join button down below. You get exclusive live streams as well if you're a member of the channel, so make sure to join if you would like to support the page. It's the join button down below. Thank you also to someone for picking up a zip-up hoodie, a wine tumbler, and a mug from shopmaxvelocity.net. I do appreciate your generosity, and thank you for picking up some merch on shopmaxvelocity.net. And again, if you want to pick up any of our new items, the link will be in the chat. It's also in the description down below. Thank you again for Radar Omega and ESP Storm Shelters for sponsoring today's live stream. On the way out, if you do want to download Radar Omega for a weather app, which I highly recommend, by the way, it is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And if you want to get a storm shelter that's above ground, it's also going to be the second to top link in the description below at espshelter.com. I do appreciate them also sponsoring today's live stream. If you want any merch from our store, any of the Drunkenado merch, logo merch, anything like that, the link will be in the chat. And if you want any sort of last second Father's Day gift from our cameos for our personalized video, the link will also be in the chat, and it's also in the description. That is all for tonight, though. Hopefully I was able to help you guys out, and thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you guys all in the next video, which will be tomorrow, and then possibly a live stream tomorrow, but pretty unlikely. I think we'll have a live stream sometime at the beginning of this upcoming week, and then I think we'll have a bit of a quiet weather pattern. So that's at least what we're looking at, I think, long term. All right, see you guys all again soon. Have a great night. Stay safe, and we'll see you guys all again soon. Again, join our Discord server, link in the description. Follow us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. Links are down below. Help us get to 10,000 followers on Facebook. I would appreciate it. See you guys all again. All right, actually, we just hit it. Never mind. Just hit 10,000 followers. There you go. I do appreciate everybody following us on Facebook. And we'll see you guys all again soon. Have a great rest of your evening. And we'll see you in tomorrow's video.